Good morning. So we are beginning our program, and we take an opening prayer from Professor Ebenezer Kofi Howard.
Prayer. This we ask in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
So we take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Design Ghana 2025, hosted by the Pan-African Design Institute, KNUST. Before we begin our program, we'd like to introduce some dignitaries who are with us. So we are privileged this morning to have our Pro-Vice Chancellor, who is in the person of Professor David Asamoah, present with us. Can you do it for me? A round of applause. Also here with us is the Dean of the Faculty of Arts, who is in the person of Professor Caricature Seidu. Also present is the President of Design Ghana, Professor Eddie Apia. And then we have the HOD of Painting and Sculpture, Professor Edwin Kwesi Bojawa. And then we have the HOD of Industrial Arts, Professor Ebenezer Kofi Howard. And then, as I said earlier, this conference is organized by the Pan-African Design Institute and Design Ghana. And so we have the president of PADI with us, who is in the person of Mr. Felix Ofori Date. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of us, both presenters or delegates and then participants. Once again, you are welcome. A round of applause, please. So we begin our program with a performance from our music team. Oh, yes. So whilst they prepare to give us the music, I am Benjamin. And then she is?
Ralitza Diana Debra, and so we are co-emceeing for today, and we are very excited to have you here. And also, I also like to acknowledge Professor Shen, also from Com Design, who is also helping with the program. Yedamasio. So thank you very much for the beautiful song. And at this point, we would like to welcome our Dean of the Faculty of Art to welcome us to the program. Dean, you are welcome.
Let me test with your song. Hey. I don't know. It's okay. I don't know the words. Koda, koda, koda. I don't know. Don't know. I don't Koda, koda, oh, you know. I don't know. protocols observed. On behalf of the Design Ghana 2025 Organizing Committee, I warmly welcome you to the Design Ghana 2025 conference, themed Designing in Africa, Bridging Cultures, Inspiring Innovation. This conference celebrates the power of design to unite, inspire, and drive progress. As we gather, we'll explore how African cultures inform and shape innovative design solutions. Our theme highlights the importance of cultural exchange and collaboration in driving creativity. I invite you to engage with our diverse program featuring renowned speakers, interactive workshops, and inspiring exhibitions. Let us harness the potential of African design to bridge cultures, foster innovation, and build a greater future. Thank you for joining us. I wish you a stimulating and enriching experience at Design Ghana 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean, for your welcome address. And we'd like to again welcome our Vice Chancellor and Pro Vice Chancellor, sorry, and then please, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, so you are welcome for an address.
How are you? Thank you, thank you. Her Excellency the Patron, Provost of the College, Dean, Heads of Departments, distinguished keynote speakers, lecturers, distinguished invited guests, students, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct privilege and honor as the Pro Vice Chancellor of this noble university to warmly welcome you all to today's Paddy Design Ghana 2025 conference. I also bring you warm regards from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dixon. Design Ghana is an initiative of the Pan-African Design Institute, PADI. For Africa to fit into the global economy, it needs to do a lot of adjustments in its ways. Design is one of the tools Africa can use to adjust its ways. As design educators, researchers, and practitioners, we know design thinking is critical. Design thinking leads to conceptualization of ideas, and ideas leads to innovations. Innovations create business opportunities. Design educators should therefore train the new generation of students to be critical design thinkers. Design pedagogy, for which educators in higher institutions in Africa are championing, need to be relooked for educators to adjust in the curriculum. This conference aims to stimulate debate and elicit thought-provoking responses from the design community, both in academia and in practice, nationally and internationally, that will help develop the dynamic discourse on the new design pedagogy in a bid to bridge the cultures of the continent of Africa and in driving innovation. Design Ghana Conference will host informative keynote presentations by well-known academics and practitioners in the design field, both local and international. The association brings together various design-related practitioners, curriculum design, fashion design, engineering, architectural design, multimedia, planning, instructional design, and other design-related fields. Design has broad and specific definitions. Both have drawbacks. Either they are too general to be meaningful, or they exclude too much. Underlying any form of creative activity is the concept of design. This is underscored by the current emphasis on design research and design thinking. Design is everywhere, and that's why looking for a definition may not help you grasp what it is. There may be no absolute definitions of design that will please everyone, but attempting to find one can at least help us pin down the unique set of skills that designers bring to bear. There is therefore the need to readjust our design pedagogy in the context of Africa design concept that will help educate our people in focusing our African concepts. Design is fundamental. People often need to be reminded that everything around us is designed and that design decisions impact on nearly every part of our lives, be it the environment we work in, the way we book holidays, or the way we go about getting the lid of the jam jar. Design could be viewed as an activity that translates an idea into a blueprint for something useful. The important part is the translation of the idea, though design's ability to spark the idea in the first place shouldn't be overlooked. Design projects have become increasingly multidisciplinary in their stimulation of discussion and debate in fields such as business, ethics, philosophy, political science, ICT, life sciences, and biology. Design is exposed to a wider societal arena, but in most parts of Africa, the design story is partially told. This calls for a shift in paradigm by designers, both within the continent and outside the continent, to engage a dialogue around these questions. How do Africans design and research how do Africans design and research not for the ways things are, but for the way things could be? One of the highlights of the association is the critical adoption of the pedagogy that will seek to train the new generation of students to be critical design thinkers, design pedagogy for which educators in higher institutions in Africa are championing. It is therefore a privilege for us in Ghana to have this institution at this time. Once again, I welcome you all to this year's Design Ghana Conference. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
You can do it better for our Pro VC. It's an amazing speech. And now we take a speech from the chairman of PADI.
Welcome, Professor Etioma. Welcome, Professor.
Recording.
President of PADI, Felix Ofori Doughty, former President of PADI, Professor Des Lauscher, distinguished guests, fellow designers, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. It is both an honor and a deep personal privilege to welcome you to this important gathering. The Design Ghana Conference, held here in the historic city of Kumasi, the cultural heartbeat of Ghana, and a proud seat of African creativity, tradition, and excellence. I stand before you not only as a patron of the Pan-African Design Institute, PADI, but also in my work for the Kgalema Motlanthe Foundation in South Africa, in design, creativity, and digital futures, committed to the role that design must play in reshaping the destiny of our continent and our people. On behalf of PADI, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to our hosts, partners, and organizers, and most importantly, to all of you who have come from across Africa and beyond to lend your voices, ideas, and creative energy to this powerful moment of continental exchange. This year, we are challenged to think differently, to envision design as more than aesthetics or form. We are reminded that design, in its truest sense, is a tool of empowerment. It is the architecture of the future. It is the story we tell ourselves and the world about who we are, where we come from, and where we are going. For far too long, Africa has been seen as a customer or a consumer of design, not as a creator. Yet for generations, our ancestors have designed sophisticated societies, timeless crafts, enduring philosophies, and vibrant cities. From the earth architecture of the Sahel to the textiles of Kenta and Bogolan, from the wisdom of indigenous knowledge systems to the rhythm of urban innovation, Africa has always been a design continent. Today we are called upon to take this heritage forward, not by replicating what other continents have done, but by reimagining design that is rooted in African values in our context, our climate, and our communities. Design that responds to the realities of climate change, urbanization, youth unemployment, and digital transformation. That reimagines housing that is affordable and sustainable, that shapes public spaces, that promotes dignity and inclusion, and champions materials and technologies that are local, ethical, and circular. Design has to be accessible to all, and it must speak the language of the people and be driven by the voices of women, youth, and grassroots communities. In this work, Ghana is a leader, and Kumasi, as the center of culture and creativity, offers the perfect setting to plant the seeds of a new design revolution. As patron of PADI, I am inspired by the bold vision of the Institute, building a unified Pan-African design voice that supports innovation, education, collaboration, and ethical practice. We are not just gathering for another conference, we are here to co-create a future, to stitch together the threads of our creativity, knowledge, and identity into a powerful new design narrative for the African century. Let this conference be a call to action. To our educators, they must redesign circular or curricula that equips the next generation of designers with not only technical skills but also social consciousness. To our government and policymakers, they must embed design thinking in development, infrastructure, and innovation policies. To our private sector, we need you to invest in African design talent and support local industries and makers. To our artists and practitioners, you have to keep on imagining, keep resisting, and keep creating, because your work shapes the way the world sees all of us and how we see ourselves. In closing, I leave you with the words of the great African philosopher Sheikh Anta Diop, who once said, "The future is not something one waits for, it is something one creates." May this conference mark the beginning of that creation, a bold step towards a more just, beautiful, and self-determined Africa, shaped by us and designed for us. Let the spirit of African design shine brightly here in Kumasi and across the continent. Thank you. Asante sana. Yaleboha. Enkosi. Merci. Thank you.
Joining us online. We are happy that Mrs. Gugu Motlanthe was able to join us. Thank you so much. And at this point, I think that we'll take a little break and we will step out for a group photo before we continue with the presentations. And then hello. Yeah, so our Pro Vice Chancellor would open the exhibition for us outside, and you are welcome to join us. And yeah, so those online, we will share the footage with you, and you can also follow us during and also after the conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, so we step out for a group photograph with a Province after opening the exhibition. So please, we are all stepping out for a group photo with the Pro VC. We are all stepping out. Please, you may leave your bags. The place is fully monitored, okay?
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, kindly get seated and let's continue with the program. So now we take the musical interlude. Then I will invite you to read the keynote address by Professor. Hard copy. All right, so you are welcome back. You can always go back to the exhibition stands and have a look at what we have there, okay? So we continue with the program. And at this moment, we take a musical interlude from a musical group.
They're fixing the sound. Yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you. It's been such a lovely music. And you know, it's Africa, and you can't just live without music. So isn't that beautiful? Let's give it up for them again. Okay, so at this point, we are going to our main keynote address. And the keynote address is by Professor Ezio Manzini, who is the president for the DESIS network. Professor Ezio Manzini is currently at Politecnico di Milano. So I read his bio now. For over 3 decades, Ezio Manzini has been working in the field of design for sustainability and social innovation. Most recently, his interests are focused on social innovation, which is considered a major driver of sustainable change. In this perspective, he started the DESIS, an international network of schools of design, active in the field of design for social innovation and sustainability. Presently, he is the president of DESIS Network and honorary professor at the Politecnico di Milano. He has been a guest professor in several design schools worldwide, as in the past decade. Elisavana Design School and Engineering, Barcelona, Tongji University in Shanghai, Jianan University in Wuxi, and University of the Arts, London, and CPUT, which is Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Cape Town, South Africa, and the Parsons New School of Design in New York. So I must say that we've journeyed with Professor Manzini, and it's an honor to have him here with us. Although he's joining us virtually, we are very honored to have him here. And so he's sharing his presentation with us online. So we are going to load it now, and please enjoy it. Welcome, Professor Ezio Manzini. We are super excited to have you here and joining us online all the way from Italy. And we are happy that you can be part of this conference and share your insights with us on social innovation. And we are happy to learn from you. And as you can see, you've also been introduced and very well welcomed by the audience and everyone within Ghana who knows about social innovation has been possible because of you and all that we've also learned from you. So, Professor Manzini, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ralitza, and thanks to everybody that invited me to have this online speech, and thanks to who is listening. As you can imagine, I am very happy and honored to be here, and at least online, that is in any case better than nothing, to share some ideas. At the same time, you have to believe me that it's not easy for me. I'm a little bit worried because it's not easy for somebody that is an old white man from Europe to give some ideas and to share some ideas with this lively conference of young African people. But I will try to do my best, and I will pose some questions and, of course, leave up to you to find solutions. As Ralitza said, I'm going to talk about social innovation in the spirit of bridging culture and inspiring innovation, as is in the title of your beautiful conference. And of course, we have to ask ourselves together if this notion and the practice that we have normally deal with when we talk about social innovation have some meaning in Africa. But before, sorry, I have to show you this image. And I know that you don't need to see more images like this because you have seen so many, but I decided not to start any conference without giving the idea or having very clear the context in which we are. And so we are discussing about design for social innovation and about social innovation in general in the age of war, wars, and hate. And we have to ask ourselves if, in general, not only in Africa, but also in Europe and everywhere in the planet, if this term and the practice that correspond to it have a meaning in the present time. I said, for me, they have a meaning, and at the end of the day, I hope at least that the message is a positive message, let's say a message of hope. But if the context is so changed from when we started to talk about social innovation, because we started to talk about social innovation more or less 20 years ago. And as you can imagine, in 20 years, so many things happened. So it's the story about social innovation and what we had recognized as interesting in this notion and in the corresponding practice have a meaning in the new context. My modest position is yes, they have maybe more meaning than before, but the context has changed so much that this meaning is not anymore exactly the same. In any case, today I don't want to talk so much in general, but as you know, we want to go to where you are now. That means in Africa. And so we have to try to imagine if this notion about social innovation has a meaning in your big continent. As a matter of fact, the social innovation, design for social innovation are terms that are born in the global north. And also the practice that have been normally used to explain what social innovation is and was are mainly taken not necessarily from Europe or America, but let's say from those that I dare to say the more modernized part of the societies. And we have some modernized part of the society, not only, of course, in Europe or America, but North America, but also in other places. For instance, I know relatively well China, and so I know what does it mean, the modernized part of China, and what is the meaning of social innovation in China by this point of view. But for sure, not only the notion of innovation, not only the notion of social innovation, not only the notion of design for social innovation have to be, as we often say today, decolonized. That to take it the positive sense of decolonizing, that it's a term, is a very hard term that has historically has some meaning, but we should say, okay, there are so many different culture, different way of building the world around us, that some terms could have different meaning in different places, and maybe some terms do not have any meaning in some places. So we have to understand, we have to assume that the notion of design for social innovation has to be decolonized. Yes, but maybe we can try to see what can be kept also in other places, for instance, in Africa, and if there is some positive learning that we can have from it. So as I said, for me, for us, in general, in the planet, when people talk about social innovation today, and we should say transformative social innovation, so a certain kind of social innovation that we are talking about, is something that started more or less 2 decades ago. And what we saw was in a society that at that time was described in those modernized societies as done by people very separated one from the other ones, very often in competition one with the other one, very incapable to take care one of the other one and of the environment. So people that was so individualized and so in some way careless, we saw somebody that was doing something different. They was starting to work and to act in everyday life in a different way. So for instance, people that choose to live nearby and to share some space, some services, to become a kind of community related to a certain group of buildings. Or we saw people that was creating circle of care, so mutual help, helping each other, so enriching the idea of welfare with the possibility that the community reemerge to help each other. or people that started to say, okay, maybe there are ways of working that are not only the one in the big companies, but you can also create new kind of collaboratives, cooperatives, maybe also using the new technology in a way to have small places. All the story about the Fab Lab and the connecting idea of digital art craft. And also people that were starting to rediscuss the food and the relationship between food and agriculture and create new kind of links and relationships in between farmers and citizens, creating new food networks. Or people that discovering that the place where the neighbors where they were living was not in good shape, both physically and socially, and started to create what, for instance, in some place we call this the social streets. So group of people that goes together to help each other and to take care of the place where they live. So practically, I stop here, this kind of description, but if you don't know, you can imagine that practically in every area of daily life, we could find some people, not so many at the beginning, but some people that was doing something different. And starting from the bottom, starting from auto-organization way, started to take care for each other, take care for the environment, and mainly not to be isolated individuals, but starting to collaborate. And what they could do together in this way was to solve some sometimes very complex everyday problems, and they could solve it exactly because they did the contrary of what was in the mainstream. So if the mainstream was to say you are individual, in competition, separated, you have not to take care of anything because somebody will serve you with products and services, they could solve problem doing a totally different kind of relationships, collaboration, in proximity and with care. And this appeared to us so important because all our experiences, also the previous experiences in design for sustainability, told us that all the possible sustainable society that we could imagine had to be based on three main pillars. And the three main pillars can be summarized in being people that are capable to collaborate, to do things together, to be close, both physically and in relational terms, and this is probably the most important of the three, capable of caring for each other and for the environment. Now, this story, as I said, is the way in which I told the story is the way in which I can tell it. That is a Western story coming mainly from the global north. So the issue is if these examples and these keywords make some meaning, have some meaning if we are in Africa. And in general, we would say if collaboration, proximity, or care, even though we have learned how different are the conditions in which we operate, the different conditions in which we think. And this is very good, it's a richness to have these differences. So the individual cases have to be seen in different places and what they mean. But if there are something that could be kind of universal value, so if behind the differences, we are all human beings, and maybe if being all human beings, there could be something that is in common to all of us. And I dare to say that social innovation tells us a story of many different ways of doing things, but with some common values. And the common values is the capability of people to collaborate, the capability of people to be close one to the other ones, and the capability of people to care. The issue is that until now, these ideas are being told mainly with a language, with a structure of thinking that is the one that comes from the global north. And therefore, the challenge is if it is possible to see what is the meaning, if they have a meaning, and if what is the meaning in this case of this kind of value that social innovation is proposing to us. So it is, in my view, it's possible that they have universal value, but they have to be contextualized. So in this moment, I'm reflecting a lot on the issue about collaboration, and I know enough well what does it mean to collaborate for European people in this moment. It's very challenging for me, and I leave the story to you to discuss what is collaboration if you are where you are in Africa, and what does it mean, collaboration? What does it mean to do things together if you are in Africa instead of being in Italy, as in my case? And if we discover what does it mean to collaborate, what does it mean to support this activity of collaboration? If we move toward proximity, of course, the African is not also myself. I understand that there is a strong sense of proximity, of closeness in the African culture. And this is very good. So it's probably one of the strongest element of your culture that you have. But probably there is an issue about how this culture of proximity has to be updated to the new value that also in Africa are emerging, new value. For instance, the picture you see here are related to a place for women where the woman has to, in some way, find a safe place because there are some dangers for the woman. So I think that the closeness, the proximity in Africa should be capable to keep in account of what, at least for me, is a happy condition to recognize that the woman have rights, the same rights of everybody else, and more maybe. And what design can do for this. And care, of course, every culture in the world has the capability to care, but the care is in some way challenged by so many difficulties in life. So we have to see what does it mean today to care, not only when you are in the village, but also when you are in the big cities where the life is totally different, also in Africa. So I'm sure that the African people have, of course, a lot of capability of caring, but maybe that to be understood how care can be put in place today in the present condition in which we are. And so how some space and some time has been devoted for the caring activities that is so important. So to conclude, I think that there is a new narrative that has to be done with Africa, that has to overcome many narratives that have been done mainly by the northern part of the world toward Africa, but it has also to be new. So everything changed. So also the African condition, I'm sure that in some ways changing. So the old narrative do not work. And maybe there is also a new narrative, not only in opposition to the traditional Western one, but also in relationship to your story. And I think that design could be a very strong tool to regenerate this narrative, because by definition, design is capable to understand the technological and organizational change on one side, and on the other side, to understand the cultural issue and bridging the technological part dimension with the cultural dimension. And this is, in my view, the best way to try to recombine ideas and build new narratives. And I also dare to say, and I hope to be right, that Africa has in all the diversities, because Africa is not one thing. This at least I know. There are many Africas and many different people, but maybe with something in common. And something in common, in my view, is an opportunity in terms of social innovation. And in my view, the opportunity, maybe sorry if it could be obvious, but is exactly in the possibility to connect the richness of African traditions that are still very alive in your continent. And this is a value with the fact that the Africans are very good in dealing with the new technologies. So how to mix the traditional issue with the capability to deal with new techniques that are emerging, and at the same time to combine them in to bridge and to create something that can help to move in the direction of value that we can summarize in ecology as a capability to be in the network of life and social justice, because I also think that social justice should be a universal value. And what we can think too, of course, we can think at every scale, also the biggest one, but we have to be very capable to understand the importance also of the small scale. And I like a lot what these beautiful, fantastic ladies that unfortunately I have not met, but I've read a lot, Angari Matai, that says that are the little things that at the end make the difference. And in her case, in the case of Matai, it was planting trees. And maybe you know that she started this Green Belt movement that became something, for what I know, big at a certain point. So we as designer, each one of us have some little thing to do. And the little things to do, for me, is to design for collaboration, proximity, and care, being capable to understand what these terms means being in Africa. And if this could be done, maybe we could have an incredible wave of a very promising and powerful social innovation in Africa. And this could be the way to bridge culture and to inspire innovation. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Prof. Manzini. We really appreciate your time and the lovely insight that you've shared with us. So we'll keep the conversation going in the next session. And also, toss the questions that you posed in there around to also see what it means to collaborate from the members present.
Thank you. Yeah. So as Prof. Manzini said, the little things that we do, that's what makes the difference. So we are listening to a little music, and then we go into the discussion. As the music begins, we'd like you all to rise, and let's move a bit in the spirit of collaboration before we delve into our discussion. Please, shall we all rise and move a little bit? We do it the African way. Please stretch, move a little bit. This is the roving mic. I feel so stuck here. Please stretch a bit, move around, enjoy the music in the spirit of collaboration.
Please get to know someone, get to stand up from your seat and meet someone.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, so thank you so much. That was the spirit of collaboration. Please give it up for him. All right, so thank you so much, and you can see how we do it in Africa, how we collaborate, how we do our things in our own way in terms of proximity. So at this point, I would like you to talk to the next person and think about the fact that we need to decolonize the idea of social innovation. And then the other question was also about why and how do people choose to do things together. just as we saw them dancing. There was a reason. So what was the spirit behind it in Africa? So pick a partner next to you, have a conversation around it, and we will send the Ruby mic to pick one or two feedback from you before we move on to the next keynote. So why and how do people choose to do things together? And also, do we need to decolonize social innovation in terms of the African context? So please talk to the next person, get to know each other, please talk to each other, and think about it. Okay. We will give you a few minutes to do that. So why and how do people choose to do things together? Why? Okay. Let's go to the top. We go to the collaboration. This one. So we should do full screen. View. Full screen as well. So Mac. Please reflect on the questions, and in 5 minutes, we'll pick feedback from you, and then we'll move on to the next.
Hi. Yes, so after 5 minutes, we'll take feedback. So please, the next person sitting beside you, look at the question, try and find an answer, and then we'll come around with the microphones. Yes, I guess the first group is ready. The first set of people are ready to answer. Yes. Why and how do people choose to do things together? Yes. Yeah, the question. Yes, why and how do people choose to do things together? What can design do to support them? Yes, you want to try. There's no wrong or right answer here.
Yes, there's no wrong or right answer. Please share your thoughts And let's hear from you in the spirit of collaboration. Why and how do people choose to do things together? And what can design do to support them?
Okay, so we have our first response from here.
Okay, with the question why and how, there is a saying in Akan that etikro enkwejina. So we come together to share ideas for a common goal. Thank you.
Thank you. You can do it for her. Let's put your hands together for her. Yes.
Jeremiah, Design. I'll talk about the why aspect. The why is if people are not compatible, they cannot do things together. So where there is absence of conflict, there is going to be collaboration. And wherever there is collaboration too, there is going to be growth. And then you are going to also see innovation as well. Thank you.
Oh, please, you can do it better.
Yeah.
Yes, we take the last answer, and then we'll move on to the next question. Yes.
I will talk about why people want to do things together. It creates fun and enjoyment. Just like our mom was dancing and she realized that beautiful ladies are also dancing. She invited them, they came together, and it was a very moment of fun to all of us, and it has created a memory that we cannot forget so far as this conference is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for creating that beautiful memory. That cannot be forgotten. And so we take the next question.
Yes.
Proximity.
Yes.
How are people enabled to stay together? What can design do to make it happen? And so normally we also want to emphasize the last part of the question. What can design do to make it happen? So we answer the how, and then we continue with what we can do in terms of design. Here we are talking about social design, help us to achieve that. And so the clock has started ticking, and it goes down 1. Feel free.
Yes, proximity. So we are even here, so we are in a proximal space. So how are people enabled to stay together, and what can design do to make it happen?
How are people enabled to stay together? And the second part, what can design do to help achieve that?
Yes. I think we have.
Thank you. My name is Eboy Misa from University of Education, Winneba. I think people are enabled to stay together when we share capacities, when we share skills, when we share knowledge together. And through that, we are all empowered to move forward to do things together. Our efforts becomes exponential. And also design can enhance this by creating solutions and platforms and designing instances where people can put their efforts together and also bring people together. I see this a lot in our societies where our mothers or our grandparents help the young mothers when they give birth. You see that where there's a community where people come together, mothers are helping nursing mothers, grandmothers and grandparents are helping. And because of that, the mothers can work, they can also bring something together for the family. And this is very typical in our society. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, one takeaway from this conference, we've just started. But at first, when we mentioned design, you know, I used to think, oh, graphic design, you know, paper design, you know, the beautiful stuff. But we just got to know that there is something called social design. How many people are researching social design? Yeah, so we are going to have a couple of people move into social design very soon. So we have another answer from you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Edue Champo at Kumasi Technical University. I realize that usually when there is a need, either emotional need or mental need, people would want to associate with someone that they can get help from or someone that can attend to that need. And that usually bring in that kind of proximity. And usually when we're able to come together, sometimes you are even struggling with something, having some kind of difficulties, and when you're able to get close to someone and share your needs, you realize that you're able to get at least something that will bring hope to what you are going through. So basically, these are some of the things.
So I have a follow-up question for you. What can we do, design, in terms of design, you know, to help promote this?
Exactly. There are a lot of things that we can do as designers. For instance, there are, as designers coming together like this to come up with projects that can solve societal needs. For instance, we can design the environment to, for instance, use waste products to design something that can also bring something meaningful to the society. Again, we can display colors. For instance, those having psychological needs, colors can also play an important role in their lives and other stuff. So, yeah, design can have.
So 2 things, environmental design and psychological design. Wow.
I wanted to add to the psychological. So as we've just witnessed this morning, we can have songs that will lift people up when they are down. So our culture is not about pouring libation, but we have songs that are being bequeathed to us from our grandfathers, that when we take inspiration from them. I was just discussing with my sister that looking at collaboration, when we listen to what the Keynote speaker said, he made mention of, the song was about gossip. And I started laughing. What does that got to do with what we are doing here? But it's talking about the things that we are doing in the environment that is not helping us. So through these songs, we can learn some of these things so that when you are emotionally traumatized, you can listen to them and you are okay with that.
Thank you. So our online audience, if you have a question, you can always type it and I will read it. If you have a response, you may as well do that and we'll read to those in the conference room right now. Yes, any more?
Yeah, so let's take an additional reaction from the floor whilst the technical team checks online if we have some feedback.
Okay, so an additional reaction from the floor. And I'm heading towards this side, but I can also move here.
Yes.
Yes. So proximity, we are looking at proximity and how are people able to stay together. And because this is a design conference, we are looking at what can design do to make it happen. How are people enabled to stay together? What can design do to make it happen? We've heard of psychological design, we've heard of social design. Yes. So, I have a first response.
Okay, so if people share the same value and norms, it creates some sense of belongingness. So therefore, if people have the same thing in common, they will choose to do things together. And in doing so, design can help maybe create things that will help the psychological well-being, just as they say, in garments can be created which will help people to feel confident about themselves, as well as correcting how emotionally, how they feel when they come in public and how they behave, so that they will embrace their individuality.
So here, fashion design, how clothing can help us to achieve that. That's what she's talking about. So we have fashion design, social design, and then environmental design, right? And then psychological design. Awesome.
Yes, so I also wanted to add something to the fashion design. So just like, as you said, how are people able to stay together? People stay together when they feel self-belonged, when they can be identified. As we are here, we are being identified by what we are wearing. Design Ghana members are in common T-shirts. So as you can see, practically, when you are here and you are wearing Design Ghana T-shirt, it identifies you and it makes you stay together. So clothing is one of the ways that people can stay together. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So clothing is one of the ways that can make people stay together. So we take the last contribution from there.
Yes.
And then...
yeah, we move on, yes.
I want to talk about language design. We can use semiotics in design to bring languages together. For example, the semiotics in Ashanti, which is the Adinkra symbol and others, and then the ones in Volta region as well in design thinking.
All right, so thank you very much. So we can use language design, semiotics, right, to be able to achieve that. So we have various forms of design. And at this moment, we would want to take a break for snacks, because going around, I feel people's tummy, the sounds, and so we want to take a short break and then go for snack. And so please, the snack is outside, and you go there, and then after a few minutes, we'll call you back in to continue with the rest of the programs. Thank you very much. If you have any concerns, please, ushers are around, and then you can speak to any of us. You see anybody in Design Ghana Conference T-shirt, and you can speak to us, and we'll address it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah, so please, let's step out quickly for a snack.
We are on time, actually.
Oh, then we could have even spent more
What
time.
I wanted to do was to wrap up the reflections on. Oh. But when we come back, I can.
Yeah, can have it.
Before we move into, then we introduce the HOD.
So this is
So it's
about 20 minutes.
And we already. Can you hear me? 10, 11.
Okay. So we have 20 minutes for snack break, and please quickly do that, and let's get back to continue the rest of the program.
Me appear. Hey, Kwame, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Yeah, hi. I'm sure they are not in touch with the online audience. I'll try and reach out to one of the guys at the venue. I think that's where the challenge is. They are not in touch with the online audience.
Okay, because I need to share my screen.
Yes. So maybe I have to reach out to a colleague there. I'm not at the venue, so I want to reach out and see. I'm sure they are not in touch with us at all.
You're going to reach out.
Go to the back of the car and
Please come again.
Are you going to reach out?
Yes, I'm going to do that immediately. I'll call a colleague who is at the venue now. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Please, delegates and participants, yes. So there are chairs there, you take it to our chairs there, you sit down and then. So please, delegates and participants, please, you go there for your snack. Okay. And we have 20 minutes, so that now. And then you people, you wait. Okay. To get to your time. So, delegate participant. So, delegate participant, your snack is there. So, if you're qualified by any of these to wait. Where's your... You can go and pay. How much? It's how much? Wait. Hey, go.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Mr. Desmond. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I just spoke to Dr. Alisa. So she said she's going to get in touch with you. So I'm sure she will get in touch with
Yeah, like the boss. Everywhere you go, that's how we enter. There's lobster won't taste like.
Okay.
Yeah, hello, Prof. Professor Des Lobsa, are you online, please?
I'm online, and then do I share my screen or what do I do?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm here.
Uh, hello, Professor, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me.
Yes. Because he's...
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, so you can chat, right? You can, yeah. So you drop a message. We want the HOD to speak before we introduce. Right away. Yeah, but you drop a message. Yeah. Okay. Okay. But kindly be around. Because you'll be zooming direct onto this. Okay. So after this, we take this address and then we take the discussion on the keynote. And then we go to this one.
Hello?
Cultural heritage issue, fashion, textile, and other. So this is where we break, right? So from yeah, we want to, Prof, we want to know if everything is fine, so kindly speak.
Okay, how's that? Can you hear me now? I can hear you.
Yeah, Prof, kindly say something so we would ensure our sound is intact.
Your sound is fine.
Please, can you hear us? Prof is speaking, but it looks as if you cannot hear us. Can you hear me?
Hello? Can I share my screen? Maybe that'll help.
Prof, I still think they are having a challenge, though. I mean, those of us on Zoom.
Yeah, hello, Prof, kindly say something.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear
hello,
you.
Prof, kindly say something.
So what's the challenge?
Okay, Prof, let me call them again. I have also joined like you have joined. So it looks as if they cannot hear us from their end. So let me call Dr. Ralita again, and then they will solve that challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Where's the share now? I can't see it even. I want to share. Share my screen. And then it's there.
This is venue one. Yeah, this is here is venue one. So we have series of presentations before the space. So this is venue one. Before we start. Yeah. Where's venue two? Is at the back. For now we are here. This one, Keynote address, but we'll let the HOD speak briefly. Come design.
We are here. So he's here. We can't. Okay.
Yeah, but we can't hear.
So don't worry. Okay. Yeah. Let me log in. Let me log into the. Technical things. It's like that. You have to be patient.
Okay, Prof, I just spoke to Dr. Ralista, so she even said she's going to join the Zoom so that they can resolve it.
Okay, so
Thank
what
you.
must I do? I just... Hello?
Please, yeah, hello.
Yeah, no, I'll just wait.
Please, can you come again? I didn't get you.
Sorry, I said, should I just wait?
Yes. So she said she's going to, so she wants to even join the Zoom and then so that we can communicate. So I just spoke with her.
Okay. Should I actually go out and come back?
Okay. That one I'm not quite sure because she said she'll be joining very soon. Yes.
Okay,
So
let
if
me
you can
wait.
just wait for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just wait. Thank you. Thanks,
Okay.
Amal.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, Prof. Please, can you hear us? Prof. Desmond.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Prof, please, can we see your video?
Video, yes, and also test the slides, please.
Yes.
All right, I'll try my video.
Sharing the slides.
We want to test his slides to be sure we can see it, and also we can hear him.
Okay, well, you've got, there it is, full screen. Do you need anything else? I can't hear you.
Yeah,
Any luck?
we can see the slides in the auditorium.
Okay.
Prof. Des, can you say hello? I can't hear Prof. voice. I want to hear his voice here.
Thank you. Hi, Eddie. Yeah, my voice, everything, I'm unmuted, and I've got, everybody online can hear me, but they can't hear me at the conference. So there's something wrong at the conference.
Okay. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, is it working? Oh, okay,
Yes.
cool. So can I start?
It's going to be Lika.
We introduce.
Okay, thanks.
But can you see your face?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Just want to switch that off. Okay, so you can hear me now.
We can hear you.
Okay, it's very soft from this side, but at least I can hear you. Okay, so what's happening?
Can hear him by your face.
They would want to see your face. If you could share your face on the screen.
Sure, okay. There we go. How's that? Can you see me?
No, we can't see you.
Oh, we can see you, Prof.
Okay, let me see what I can do with this now. You can see me, okay?
No, we can't. We still can't see you, Paul.
Oh, man. Let me see what I can do. Try and change that. No. I'm just going on with my slideshow over here. Come on, go back. Sorry. me try here. So you can't see me. I'm on the side, but let me switch that
No,
off.
you can see
That'll
you.
help. Let me just switch the chat off.
Those online can see him.
Yes, we can see
Those
him.
of us online can see him.
Oh, I'm online, but I can't see his face. I can only see his slide.
Okay, hang on. Let me just try this. You know, you can't be a 74-year-old in the 21st century and talk about culture. You guys know this.
You have to.
I'm just trying to find. Oh, here we go. Let me try this now again. Come on, go on. It's not talking to me. Sorry, I can bring myself on afterwards. I think once I've stopped.
You can.
Yeah, I think let me rather continue because I'm just holding everybody up now. So is that okay, everybody? Can we start?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so what's happening? Should I start or is there an introduction or what happens now?
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Should I go ahead? Okay, I don't need to be introduced. I think everybody knows who I am anyway. So can you hear me in the conference? That's the most important thing. Hello? Anybody in the conference that can hear me? Relitza, Benjamin?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you.
Okay, so can I carry on?
You hold on. We are yet to start. Please.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right, no
we
problem.
wanted
Thank
to
you.
use the time to correct, check all the technical issues, and when everybody comes back, then we can start.
No problem. You just tell me I'm here. I'm waiting. So yeah, I'm sorry. Somehow I can't get my face there.
Sorry?
So I can't actually put my face on the screen. It doesn't want to show.
Okay,
I've unblocked it, but it's not happy.
Very low, yeah, but we can hear him.
That's the most important thing. I've got a very ugly face, so it's okay. You don't have to see me.
Yeah, it's okay. I think as long as we can hear you and we can see the slides, we will go with that flow. Thank you, Prof. Des.
No problem.
Hello, Prof.
Hello?
Hello. Yes, surprisingly, we can see your face from the list of participants, but not on your slide.
No, sorry. I can't make it happen. So, I'll show my face afterwards.
Yes, that's fine.
Screen
So,
share.
so we'll work. Yes, we'll work with this. I think this is fine.
Thank you.
Partners, this one is
Hello. So,
You are welcome back to the second section of the program. And a quick note to all the delegates, kindly send your slides to room 1 on my right-hand side when you step out of the room. There's a room next to this block, that is room 1, so that we can have it on our computer here and project it for you. Okay, so kindly do that.
Welcome everybody from the break. I believe we are all refreshed and we are ready to go for the next session. But before we start, I'd like to acknowledge our partners and sponsors again for the program, without which we would not have the program as it is now. So once again, we thank the Pan-African Design Institute, KNUST, Cumulus Association, Desis Network, Design Ghana, and then Pegasus Design. So we thank you all for your support and your participation. But we went on break, we saw the discussion on collaboration, and we learned a lot about social innovation and design and the different ways that design can be used to change society and how design can be used as an intervention in different places. And we all learned a lot from our conversation. We believe that beyond the session today, we would begin to reflect on the power of collaboration and explore how design can be used to address some of these changes in our community, or even used as a catalyst to create space for innovation, to have a thriving society and futures in Africa. And before we go to the next keynote, I'd like to invite the HOD of Communication Design, who is in the person of Reverend Dr. Adam Rahman, and to give us a few remarks, and then we can move on to our next keynote. Dr. Adam Rahman, please, you are welcome. Thank you very much. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished delegates, participants, and esteemed guests, I welcome you to this wonderful program or conference we have put together. As the head of department and your host, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you. We are truly honored to have you because in this place is represented a diverse and talented group who have gathered designers, researchers, educators, students, and so on. And each of you bring to this place your unique perspectives to the evolving landscape of design in Ghana and beyond. This year's theme actually challenges us to reflect on our roles as designers in shaping the future, where we ought to see the impact in terms of our social life, in terms of our economics, and of course, in terms of the environment.
We've lost you online.
And then, not the least, our culture.
Well, I have.
Over the next
the only one.
couple of days, we will continue to listen to our speakers
Those online we cannot
and
hear.
make ourselves ready to explore new ideas, share research, and forge collaborations that we hope will spark lasting change. So I encourage each and every one of you to take full advantage of the sessions and, of course, the exhibition outside and to connect with one another. The conversations that happen here often go on to become the projects and movements that shape our design future. So once again, thank you very much for being here. On behalf of the team organizing the whole conference, and of course the host department, I wish you all an inspiring and productive conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but that whole speech was dead.
Thank you so much. Once again, let's give it up to Dr. Rahman. Yeah. So, Prof. Des, we are ready for you. And I'm about to introduce you so we can get ready. So we are going on to our second keynote speaker for the day. And he is in the person of Prof. Des Lobsha, from co-founder of Greenside Design Center in Johannesburg. I've had a privilege to meet him in person and engage with him over a decade now. Yes, so it's nice to have you virtual. We know that you would have loved to be here in person, but we are glad that you can join us online. So Prof. Des Lobsha is the only person in the world to have served on 4 international design bodies, President and Fellow of the International Federation of Interior Architects, Designers, Board Member of Design for the World, Barcelona, Spain, Vice President of the International Council of Design, President and Fellow of the Pan-African Design Institute. He is also the founder and past president of the African Institute for the Interior Design Professions. Des, as we affectionately call him, was also the instrumental with Robin Turner in organizing the Cumulus conference that took place in Johannesburg in 2014, entitled Design with the Other 90%. He chaired the organization committee. This conference was a huge success with 105 international delegates and 85 local delegates. He has presented papers, served on design panels, and conducted design workshops in 21 countries worldwide, namely Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, Sweden, United Kingdom, Italy, Turkey, Korea, Japan, China, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, USA, Botswana, Ghana, Uganda, South Africa, and the list goes on. He has also been a juror for many design competitions globally. He has recently retired from Greenside Design Center, a world-renowned design education institution in Johannesburg and Cape Town, South Africa. He co-founded the GDC with Ingrid Lugis in 1987. So, Prof. Des, we appreciate you, and that's Prof. Des for you. Over to you, Prof. Des, if you can hear us. You're welcome to share your keynote with us.
Thank you. I
So let's...
thank you for that, and I thank Benjamin as well as your co-host for this wonderful conference and for all the people that are speaking and the way that it's gone. I think it's fantastic. And it's also wonderful that Paddy has been involved and that, you know, we carry on this Africa Design Week and Africa Design Day across the continent. And I think that I can think of no better title for this conference in Bridging Cultures, Inspiring Innovation. And the reason I say that is because, you know, in Africa, and it's actually the Global South, we have to, which I'm very proud to be part of, but the Global South, we really are very innovative. And the reason that we have to be innovative is because we face so many life-threatening challenges. As we heard this morning from Enzio, you know, there are wars all over the place. There's famine. There are all sorts of things that are happening. And as Africans, I believe that we have a massive role to play for our populations across the continent. I'll talk more about that possibly later if we have time. But what I'd really like to suggest, and what I would like to talk about, is this type drive culture, which I think is, it sounds like a crazy title. And then I've got 10%, which I would like to expand on, because the 10% project that we've been doing is quite extensive. And now, there we go. We've been running this project since 2008, and it was inspired by my visit to the joint conference of ECOD, at that stage, ICSID, which is the World Council of Design, and the IFI, the International Federation of Designers. And one evening, I was asked to attend a meeting by the graphic designers, and I'm not a graphic designer, I'm an interior designer. So it was really quite an interesting thing. And I was called to a meeting by a group called DOT, Designers of Tomorrow. And what they were doing was they were professional designers, young designers, but they were giving 5% of their time on a Friday afternoon. Every Friday afternoon, they would sit down as a group and they would design posters for UNESCO and for all sorts of other good causes in Europe and across the world. But generally, it was a you know, a first world thing. You know, that's how it actually evolved. And at the time, though, I was so inspired by this that I thought that designers giving free time for good projects and actually giving back their expertise to the community and promoting design, even in Denmark, where design is king. You know, you don't have to talk about design to actually get people to understand what it is. Every single person in Denmark understands what good design is. And I was privileged in that sense to also host and to curate a design exhibition from South Africa a couple of years later, which they were blown away by what's happening in Africa. And I think we must be proud of who we are. So, and I'll keep on reiterating that as we go through. But I took this home, this 5% thing, and I thought, wow, what a way to actually celebrate design. So the narrative carries on. And I spoke to a couple of my colleagues, and one of them was Brendan Gray at that stage, who's moved on from being at Design Centre. But he took to it like a duck to water, and so did Robin Turner, who's also on the PADI board. And we discussed what could we do at Design Centre to actually include this 5% thing into our curriculum. You know, we always go out on a Saturday morning and we paint murals and we paint classrooms and we do rah-rahs and we do all sorts of really great things. And I'm not negating that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But I just thought we need to do something more substantive, something that we can, especially that needs to happen in Africa, that we can use design as a catalyst to actually improve the quality of life for all. And I want to repeat that, you know, improve the quality of life for all, because I think that we forget as designers that we are a very innovative continent and we have very innovative designers. And as I said before, it's not because we want to be innovative. In many instances, it's because we have to be. We have to find water. We have to find ingenious ways of actually building structures. We have to find ingenious ways of actually looking after our children. And we are part of this immense creative pool. And I believe Africa has the biggest pool of creative people on the planet because we just are those kind of people and we look after each other. We talk about community and social consciousness, etc. But then all of a sudden we decided, well, what would happen if we took 10% of our curriculum and we turned that into community-orientated projects for no gain, actually help communities. So then I was lucky because being in charge of Design Center with Ingrid, my partner, we actually said, well, that's a brilliant idea. So why don't we just stop everything that happens in the curriculum for 10%, which is 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks of the year, and we just do a community project. The whole school gets together and we stop every single thing. We don't do any critical studies, we don't do technical drawings, we don't do computers, we do nothing. We actually find 8 projects out there in the community that actually need design's expertise to help create a better life for the people that are in those communities. So we started our 10% project, and it was astonishing because in the beginning, what we also thought was, well, now how do we do this? We've got to put students into groups. So we thought we'll take all our BA students, first year, second year, and third year, we'll mix them up. So we'll have multimedia students in first year working with interior design students in third year, and graphic designers working with interior designers. So we split everybody up into their own communities, and the community was design. It wasn't about disciplines, it was about design. It was about who we are, what we can contribute, and how we can work together. So we created our own little community within Design Center. And it also meant that we had a situation where everybody had to work together, which in itself was creating a new community. So we weren't working, no student was working in isolation. They had to be part of the team. And for me, that was also so exciting because we created our own 10%, if you know what I mean. It was, it was an amazing experience. And then we decided, okay, we need to find these communities. We need to do research. We have to communicate with those communities and make sure that what we're doing is relevant to what their needs were, not that we were imposing what we thought was the right thing to do. So that was all part of what actually happened. And then we would actually use the design thinking process, which we've been doing ever since then, to create solutions to problems that would help community. So from that little thing at DOT in Denmark, the designers of tomorrow, we created this monster which has gone on for years and years and years and years now, and we're in 2025. And some of the projects that have happened, I have to tell you, are just quite phenomenal. You know, one of the groups created a rat repellent. It was a little bot that they worked out in a fab lab in the township on the east rand of South Africa, of Johannesburg, just down the road. But this rat repellent actually works on solar panels, and it actually sends out a frequency that only rats can hear. So humans don't get affected by it, but the rats can't stand it, so they rush off into other neighborhoods. I know that's horrible. I don't know what happens in the other neighborhoods, but the point is that through this innovation, because these rats were eating their crops, they were doing all sorts of things that they just couldn't, you know, and they couldn't stop them. There was no way of actually understanding what would happen. So through this project that our students developed, the multimedias, interiors, and graphic designers, we had a rat repellent that worked well. Another project we did was for the Johannesburg Zoo to de-stress animals. And I mean, that might sound crazy, but you know, can you imagine being for the rest of your life going to a solitary confinement in prison? It's very much the same with zoo. And they created toys for elephants, they created toys for monkeys, they did all sorts of incredible stuff, and that went on for 5 years. And they understood their community, they researched animals, they understood where they were going with the projects, and it was amazing. So it was all about collaboration. It was about reimagining our world in Africa, and was actually getting back to grassroots and using design as a tool, and I repeat it again, to improve the quality of all. So let's get on to the type, which is one of the projects we did. Oh, by the way, there were also other things. We worked with communities, we worked with creches, we worked with schools. We've done all sorts of with kids with autism, all of that stuff in that 4-week period, and the results have been phenomenal with other universities to actually help them, you know, so it was amazing and has been amazing. But let me get on to this project, which is, I thought when I read what this conference is about, bridging cultures and inspiring innovation, I thought, wow, I'm going to use 3 of the projects that our students have done in this whole instance and actually just let you know what's happening. So, according to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, by 2030, we will ensure that learners acquire knowledge and skills and, you know, working on all the things that we think are very important: sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of culture, of peace and non-violence, and global citizenship. And how much more can designers do than to actually look at that as a mantra and say, wow, we can make a difference. We can actually do this stuff. Let's do it. Let's actually start now. And let's take one step at a time. But that little step would lead to another step and lead to another step, which will make something amazing. So in this process, what happens is that the students all get together in their groups, and then they start doing a little bit of a brainstorm as to what is going on and how all of this happens. And this happens in every group. This is not just about that type creates culture. It's also about, or type makes culture. It's also about how, you know, everybody sits there and everybody contributes from first year to third year, as I've said. And you can see this is really cool. And there we've got a little lecture on the left-hand side, complaining and moaning about what they're doing, and then the students all justifying themselves as to why they're doing what they're doing. And this is what, in my brain, is what design is about. It's not about designing beautiful things. It's about designing with the end product in mind, and it's about understanding dignity of the people that you're designing for, and it's about understanding empathy, putting yourself into someone else's shoes to actually come up with the solution. So we go on. Oops, sorry, going too quick. And these are projects now that I'll talk about and try to then explain how this whole process works. Because what for us was really important was that with this project, we wanted students to understand what culture is all about. Okay, so this was one little group that worked together, and you can see the symbols in the background where they actually started and where they went from. So, you know, this is a whole brainstorming and conceptualizing. And then the brief for them was to an overarching aim to design an engaging solution for lifelong learning fueled by cultural identity and representation. And the project focuses on uncovering the loss of cultural identity in spoken languages. Now, that is, for me, in Africa, is hugely important. You know, we have over 2,000 languages that are spoken on this continent, and we're losing a lot of them. So within this, we need to focus on creating a symbol system that embodies the cultural identity of the Swahili people in this case, which I think a lot of you will be very familiar with, especially up north in the western east of Africa. And a means of communication that represents the journey of the Swahili people and their cultural identity, okay, and their role and the shape. So we're looking at, from a design perspective, how we're going to change the situation. And the problem statement then comes out, and this is through the design thinking process, is how do we develop a system that effectively communicates and resonates with this culture and language, allowing to enhance expression and understanding of ideas, concepts, emotions within this community. And I think it's well, you know, then they had to put it into context. Where does this all come from? It was a case of the project aims to address this by developing symbols that capture the essence of Swahili, enabling learners to engage with their language and feel a sense of pride and connection to their heritage. So it's looking at the symbols that actually make up the Swahilis, and it's looking at this kind of stuff, you know, nourishing ethnic and cultural groups residing along Africa's eastern coast, okay? And then it takes into account the African, Arab, and Persian influences, and it even takes into account the Portuguese influence coming from the colonial era. But I mean, not all colonialism is a terrible thing. You know, when we talk about culture, certainly it was dampened and it was really put aside. But by embracing this now and turning it into something, we can come up with some amazing things. So the concept, as you saw in the first slide, when they were sitting with their little papers on the table, they were trying to ignite ideas and ignite what should happen. And the power of cultural language, celebrating heritage, empowering the Swahili community to shape their narrative through the symbol-based writing. So we're talking about symbols, and we're talking about that through a design concept, okay? So it's also teaching our students how to appreciate culture from a different perspective, from looking at other cultures and actually, you know, having a look at who they are and where they're coming from and the pride that they should be feeling by unlocking this world of learning. Look to inspiration from the influences, and in this case, it was Islam and the geometric and mathematical patterns, which I think are quite important because that's also a part of our heritage. It's where we're coming from. You know, culturally, that is really quite an amazing thing. So this was the process they went through. They started to look at how this whole thing works together. They interviewed people, and in the east there was the sunrise, in the west there was the end. The decision making was in the north, and the family and community were in the south. Okay, and then to go into this now, into more detail, this is where they actually come up with some kind of solutions as they are moving through the process. So in my brain, this is so exciting. It becomes almost goosebump stuff. You know, we actually, and they're actually understanding language as well. They're looking at things, and then the key was that they took symbols that they found in those circles and in that geometry, and they started to actually look at how those could actually be abstracted to become something that was tangible, that people could actually look at and just become a fay. And now I'm going to try, I hope this video will play because this is the video they had to put together, each group, and we'll see how that goes. Okay. All right, so our journey is collectively shaped by meaning. I think that is just, that apparently is what these symbols mean. I just feel that what's important is that there's been a complete uh, embodiment of the students into this project, and they did so incredibly well. And their evaluation was conducting extensive user testing, obtaining feedback from Swahili speakers and people. They were quite lucky because one of our lecturers, who you probably, some of you do know, Juliet Kavesh, is actually Swahili speaking, so she had quite a lot of input on this project. And I hope that they can actually take this further and make it something special. So that was the first project. I'd like to show you another one, and I hope that you can sort of start appreciating what this is all about. So again, here we have a group of students that come from first year, second year, third year, from interior, graphic, multimedia. They've all been mixed up, but they all understand that design is what it's all about. It's not about the discipline, it's not about the silo, it's about who we are and where we go. So this is the second bunch, and another group. And I love the fact that, you know, when I look at this group of students, they are so diverse. They come from different religious backgrounds, they come from different cultural backgrounds, they come from an incredible melting pot of amazing people, you know. And what I loved at Greenside, I have to tell you this funny little story because it just shows something that I don't think happens much around the world. We had a student once who was three female students, and a little Jewish student was being bullied by someone. And a Muslim student came up to the student who was bullying her and actually slapped her and said, "Don't you do anything to my friend." And I thought, wow, where in the world could this happen but in Africa, where we don't have that prejudice about all sorts of rotten stuff that's happening in the world, where all we do is we openly and wholeheartedly embrace each other's culture. It was just phenomenal. That's a tiny little story, but for me it was huge. I actually burst into tears, and I've told all my friends around the world, this would never happen anywhere but in Africa. So the brief is our aim to our 10% project, choose the African language, create typographical systems, and they chose the Setswadi. Okay. Botswana people are part of the Ngumi tribes, and they originated in East Africa. I don't think I need to go through this much, but they ended up in the Basotho kingdom. Okay. And what was another thing that I think I need to mention here when we talk about colonialism, and that's why we need to be so proud about who we are, is that in South Africa, we were told that the white settlers were the first people to arrive here. Nobody else had been here before us. So, you know, this was indoctrinated into us at school level, at all sorts of levels. And what for me is amazing is that you go back into history and everything originates from Africa, including the tribes moving down to the south. And they found these artifacts, but they hid them away. They wouldn't, thank God they didn't destroy them, but they put them in a museum, they put them in the archives so that nobody would know that there were other people that lived here before the white people. That's a little interlude, another tiny, stupid story, but a very important one from a perspective of being a South African. So we go to what's happening here is the process is the vowels, the hard, the medium, and the soft. And we go to where that all comes from. The vowels are inspirational, as we can see, the junior. Now, this is all defining it into design language. And we're looking at something that's completely heritage and completely cultural, but we actually, students are studying and understanding what culture is about and where it's coming from. And then we look at the vowels. And you know how all of this takes place, and you know, the center of the circle, the senior household, the outer circle, and then the ancestral shrine, you know, but they've actually put it into symbols. And then the process here, hard sounds, which come from the bow and arrow, which was, you know, typical absolute symbols of this culture that can never be taken away, you know, and that are very important. And even those arrowheads become something that need to be documented, and they are being. So there is so much that we have to do and so much that we have to actually preserve in the cultures that we have. Okay, and this is how we represent the hard sounds. And I just take my hat off to these students, because I think I could never have done this. I believe that, I don't know if I'm too old, but I also believe there is such a freshness about the way they see the world. It's insane. And the inspiration here of medium sounds, and what comes out of that, the medium sound represent relationships found within the people, and people in the middle of the relationship of the two, with that circle. And then the process, the soft sounds, the inspiration by the starflower, which is used for medicinal purposes. And look at these symbols. They're just, in my brain, they are just incredible. So the outputs here are these writing symbols, which I think are quite exciting. Collectively shaped by meaning. Our journey is collectively shaped by meaning. And they managed to put this whole symbol thing together to actually tell us what it's about. But they've used the indigenous language as well, which means that it can now be taken forward, and we can start creating more symbols that could become something quite special. So this is the Swati. I think this is the video. Sorry. Let me just get back to full screen. This is a bit soft, I'm afraid, but I think you'll get the gist. Okay, sorry, I'll start again. It was off screen, or full screen. Okay, the evaluation, we believe we have tried to the best ability, blah, blah, okay, which I think is great. Insight into what Swati writing systems can be, okay, I think that's, and also, you know, not from the influence of colonialism. I think that's actually amazing. So we're moving beyond, you know what, we started to celebrate who we are and not looking and making excuses for being part of a colonial past, which I think is good. This was a very interesting one because it also won the Premier Award at the Penduring Awards in South Africa, which is the premier award for type and for graphic design. So this for me is also quite a beautiful project. And what I loved about it was in a funny way, but I'm not a graphic designer, but I also enjoyed the fact that they used the colors of the 10% logo, which was also, by the way, designed in a 10% project by the students. So that was a couple of years back. But here's our team, and one missing, emojis. Can you imagine? Here we go again, Western influences. Anyway, we'll make our own emojis soon, I hope. Maybe that's another 10% project. Sorry. So Sesotho, okay? Sorry. The object of the project is to develop an immersive lifelong learning solution that emphasizes cultural identity and inclusiveness. Now, this is another thing, I think I've already said it, but I think that it's actually quite important, you know, that we look at, and I think that came with Izio, that we actually do look at social innovation when we're talking about these projects, because they are so important. The problem statement in this case was in what ways can we formulate a comprehensive system of writing communication that not only acknowledges and embraces this? Okay. And again, have a look at these words, you know, deep-rooted values and beliefs. I think that's also quite important. To create an immersive lifelong learning solution that emphasizes cultural identity and inclusiveness. So again, I think in this case, even more strongly, the symbols that come through are extremely strong. And a lot of these symbols came from a system or a writing system that has long been forgotten. And it's now trying to reinvent or reignite what these things are all about, which I think are very important. We explored the Sesotho community. We discovered their strong incorporation of circles and triangles in architecture, designs, and attire. So, you know, it's not something that just happened. It's something that must have developed and over a period of time. And again, it's trying to enhance this cultural connection, which I think is amazing. Okay, and they took, you know, traditional technology and modern technology, traditional methods of groundbreaking grid systems. So again, working on a grid, but taking what comes out of that environment and creating a writing system with symbols with a deep appreciation of this Sesotho culture and heritage. Okay, our writing system name, which we have pretty going on, our concept, incorporated phonetics and the arrangement of articulation. We devised a set of fundamental symbols to depict both the positional of articulation, phonetics. This allowed the system to attain an aesthetic pleasing layout, a distinctive and influential outcome. Quite special. And here we go with some of these symbols that were developed. And if you look at that pattern and you look at the culture and you look at the architecture, you can start seeing that these students actually really did embrace what was happening on the ground. And these are the words that came out from where they were going. I wish I could, if we had a couple of hours or more, we could actually go through these and you could understand a lot better where we were going. But what I love is just that these are 20-year-old students, 19, 20, 21-year-old students that actually have embraced this as such an important part of Africa and who we are. And that for me is just incredible. Our journey is collectively shaped by meaning, so that's how it would be written out if we could decipher what we were doing with that. And then I'm going to play this video. This is actually very much the landscape that these people live in Lesotho. I'm afraid the sound here is actually worse than the last one, but I think you'll get the hang of it. Okay, so this is, they did an editorial magazine to actually explain what they were doing as well, which I think is also quite, it's all part of being a designer, and in this case, graphic, multimedia, and ironically also interior designers. And the laser cutting that they did, which is fortunate. The thing I'd also like to mention here is we've inherited an old printing press, which was a newspaper printing press from the 1950s. And it was donated to Design Center. And what we're doing now is we're laser cutting letters that we use on the blocks to actually make posters and do stuff. So we're using 21st technology with 1950s technology. And it's quite amazing that, that we can embrace that big stay. And I would say that if that printing press had ended up in any design school in Europe, it would have been used, it would have been a monument. It would have actually become a museum piece. But looking at Design Center, what we did was saying, hey man, this is amazing. Why don't we actually use this thing to create other stuff? So that has been another experience which has been amazing. And that also talks about the innovation of Africa. Anyway, the evaluation here that the world is to enhance the Sesotho culture further and contribute to addressing the gaps in the history. And I think that, in my brain, that is really what it's about. And it was a thank you from those students, their thanks to the lecturers. And I just have to say that Caitlin Page, Carla Sanders, and Julia Cavish were amazing in this project. So, yeah, I think I think I've just got myself right out of the whole loop here. Sorry. I was just going to say thank you. No, that was it. So thank you, guys. And I'm glad you listened. I hope that that's given some inspiration to some of you, especially to the young people in the audience. One thing that I do want to say is that we have moved this 10% project onto an international level. And I would love that African schools become part of this. We're working with schools in Europe. We did work with Parsons in New York at one stage, and we've been in Korea. But I think that we could bring this home so that across the board, we do a 10% project where we can actually use the knowledge that we have of our students. The other thing that I have to mention here is none of this is copyright. It's all out there. You can use it and actually expand on it and take it within your context and make it something special. So let's take 10% and turn it into a Pan-African design initiative where we can actually work with community, we can work with who we are, and we can actually be proud of being Africa. Thank you so much. Just lost them now.
And thank you so much. It was so beautiful to see the students' project and how they were exploring the symbol design and trying to use elements from their local culture to design all that lovely, beautiful artworks. So are there any questions from the floor to Prof. Des? Contribution? We have a roving mic, and if you have any questions, please raise your hand, and then we'll bring the microphone to you. And yeah, questions, contributions.
Okay. Let me start this. I was discussing this with Dr. Teria, and the question is, are we conscious of our culture in our designs? How many of us, how many students, how many of us as lecturers and students seems to be conscious, even in our exercises, in our activities? Because you see, what I was looking at, it's like especially when the Setswana guys, you look at the hats and the attire that they were wearing, which is being translated into the type. And so for me, I think it's not difficult for them to relate. And I was asking, in other parts of Africa, let's look at fabric. How many people you design clothing with these types and they will accept it? I think it's about consciousness. I don't know how maybe you can come in on this one. I'm seeing consciousness, but do we have it? So,
can you see me now, guys? No. You can't see me. Anyway, let me respond.
Can see you, Prof.
We can see you and we can hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear. You are audible.
Eddie, what I always when in my early days, we used to do these designs, or people used to design, and there was always a zigzag pattern, and there was always some kind of reference to some kind of African motif, and I always used to call it, in my brain, it was surface stripping. They didn't understand what they were doing, but they were taking the underbelly patterns, and they were actually just putting them into a design and turning them into something else. And in my head, that is actually not what must happen. We need to actually do research. We need to be very careful about how we actually deal with these issues, and we need to actually work together as a conglomerate, as the Pan-African Design Institute and institutions across the continent, to actually make all of this relevant. I can't even remember the brand now. The guys that make all the suitcases, everything that they did from 200 years ago is surface lifted. It means nothing, Louis Vuitton, I'm talking about, Louis Vuitton. And they don't understand where those symbols come from. They don't know what they're about, but they use them and they make beautiful handbags out of them, which in my brain is wrong. We need to take ownership of what we've got in Africa and really make it something amazingly special, which I think we have got. So let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Let's actually, we need a separate conference on this, actually. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, Ruby mic went off. Yes. So anybody else with a question, contribution, praise? Mr. Christian Paul.
So, Prof, I have a very short question for you. One of the main issues in Africa is jobs. And so for those of us who are teaching, most of the things we do are geared towards activities or designs that can help them, that they can commercialize. And so when it comes to the issue of cultural consciousness in our design, we are not so much focused on that. We are focused on what will bring the money in order to sort of get them employed. And so how do we blend the two? I mean, considering the rate of unemployment on our continent, how do we blend the cultural consciousness in our designs and at the same time get them to work in such a way that they would be employed and can reduce crime and other things?
I hear you completely, and I think it is a big issue. I think for me, it must work on both levels. We desperately, obviously need to make our students employable. And I think that's really important. But I think we also it's our responsibility give them some kind of an understanding that design is not just about making money. It's also about the importance of being part of a community and being part of a situation where we understand that we have the power to use our skills to develop dignity and to develop empathy. And in projects like this, we can actually also make a contribution to society. And in the meantime, they can still be employed or be designers that will be employed. But we need to actually make sure that they understand the importance of who they are, and they are creators, and they can improve the quality of life for everybody on this planet, regardless of what field they're in. Even if it's doing an AIDS campaign as a graphic designer, that's huge. And malaria, that's huge. And we've refugee camps. There's so much that we can actually work on. And if we can just put that 10% of the curriculum into these kind of projects, what a difference can we make? And also for designers and for the people that are coming into, that actually acknowledge that design is making an impact. That is also huge, because then all of a sudden it's, oh my God, these guys don't just design Gucci shoes. They're actually involved. They can actually do stuff that actually will make a difference to other people. And I think that's what I learned when I was with Design for the World. We were working on making refugee camps more habitable and doing all those kinds of things. And that's sort of dropped away. The world has become such a horrible place, and I think Ezio mentioned it today. But we are creators and we're innovators. Let's use that knowledge. And yes, by all means, we have to first and foremost make our students employable. But that can also involve projects that teach them design thinking, teach them how to actually think and how to actually use their knowledge and their expertise to become something special. And they will be feeling a lot more special if that happens. Sorry, that was the long answer to a very short question.
So much, Prof. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, any more questions from this side? I can see you have a lot going on. Please, we'd like to hear from you. Comments?
There is a hand up online.
Okay. Dr. Felix. Okay, there's somebody online who wants to speak. So we take Dr. Felix first, then afterwards we take the online comments.
Right. Mine is not a question. I think it's a contribution. My experience while I was at University of Leeds, I interacted with the students and the lecturers and asking them about, what they know about Africa. And what they told me is, Felix, we are Europeans, so why should we go and learn, things about Africa, while we will never go there, or probably we will never even do any work over there, right? But here in Africa, all we do is we tend to learn about their culture, which are not, able to help us solve our problems here. So it's time we have to learn about our culture. And I've always been telling them that, guys, don't think that you are the only people who've got what they call movements. We are forced to learn about Art Deco, what they call it, all the design movements about what they call the Europeans. But we have not really consciously, decided to learn about our art movements here. The grass symbol is an art movement. The Mbedele, what they call it, designs are all part of art movements in Africa here. I think it's high time we start, letting our students learn about that, incorporate that into their work. Maybe we could start for first year. So by the time they get to the fourth year or the final year, they start putting those things into practice. That's the best way to go about it. Otherwise, we will still be learning things which are not practicable, which can't help solve our problems here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there are
Yes.
some people online.
We have a guest online
Yes.
who wants to add a question.
This is Timothy Creniso. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. My interest is in the community project. And according to your delivery, you have to bring together a couple of people from different disciplines. As a designer, how far or how important is it to collaborate with people of other disciplines, spanning engineering, the sciences, even business, in coming up with some of these projects?
Okay, I can respond to that. I think it's a very good question because I think as designers, a lot of the time we're inclined to talk to ourselves because we believe that we have this, I don't know, we're special, which we are. We know we are. But one of the projects, as an example, that we did was there was a company that was making herbal bread in Soweto, and they had a really good recipe. They had really good bread, and it was really healthy, and it was really very good. But they were baking it from their grandmother's oven, so their output was so small they couldn't actually make a living out of this. So it was failing. And it came to us as a project that we might take on, and we did. So we did a whole branding for them so that their bread came out as, this very special branded stuff. So, it was very cheap. It had to be cheap because you couldn't spend a lot of money on this. I mean, we were even, believe it or not, we were using potato prints to print onto the brown bread, onto the brown paper. The logo and all of that. But one of the things that came out of that was that the students actually found that at the University of Johannesburg, they were developing solar ovens. So that put a new dimension on this whole thing. And that was an engineering department. It had nothing to do with design. All they were doing was developing a solar oven, which they thought would be great, and it was probably the ugliest thing on the planet because they're not designers, but it was functional and it worked. And I think that's the kind of partnerships that we need to build. And that happens when you have a team of young people that can go out there and find solutions to the problem. And I do believe that's why I would like to expand this 10% project. If anybody in the audience is interested, you can get hold of Felix and we can actually carry this on further and forward, because I believe in the youth of this continent. And I believe that there's so much we can do. And the other thing that I must also reiterate from our 10% projects is we do them for free. There is no gain. If anybody takes a cent out of the project, they will be taken out. There's just no, we're doing this as a community project, and people need to understand that sometimes you have to give to charity, and charity starts at home, and charity starts in Africa, and charity doesn't start in Europe. It starts with us. We need to actually look after ourselves. And we have to not get worried about the Trumps of the world because they are destroying the planet. The American empire has failed, which I'm very glad to announce. This is probably my first announcement to the world. But we can't carry on looking to the West or looking to the first world or looking to the global North. The global South is where it's happening, and it's so exciting. So I hope I've answered your question, and I've probably gone over lots of other issues. But Timothy, I thank you for that, because it's true. We do need to, there's so much to learn. And a lot of our students also have learned a lot about economics and about starting a business by doing this project. They talk to each other, and it's about community, and it's about, the research that happens and the thinking and the solutions. And And they feel proud, you know, at the end of it all, they feel like they've made a contribution. And I think that's also important. So finding a job for them is great, but at the same time, teach our students to actually be part of a broader community and a broader culture that actually understands what Africa is about. Did that help?
Louder, 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 until you can't hear yourself. Yes. All right, so thank you so much, Prof. You know, he mentioned something that we need to be given, okay? And given starts from Africa as well. And so we've all seen that from the first keynote, he's talking about collaboration and then the power of collaboration. And again, the small seeds we sow can really make an impact. And so going forward, we need to reflect on these things. And also, talking about Africa and design, we also need to think about the fact that we can always harness local knowledge. We think local, but we act global, so that people can also appreciate what we do, and we don't always have to be looking at what others are doing out there, but we always can also promote our own design by thinking local and also act global. So on that note, we are going to the next sub-team. I think that our online members can still continue, and if nobody is speaking, they can also mute their microphone for us. And unless you have a question, then you can unmute your microphone. Okay, so on that note, Prof. Apia, we are welcoming you to the next sub-team to take us through the cultural heritage fusion and fashion and textiles innovation. Thank you. So let's give it up for Prof. Apia.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Thank you. I think we are on our presentation, and I'm standing in for Professor Howard. We are supposed to have 5 presentations, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come and do the parallel session. Now let's get this. These presentations will be done together in this hall, but when we come back from lunch, we are going to do 2 parallel sessions. This will be venue 1, and then venue 2 will be just immediately you step out. There's another syndicate room over there. So I want to believe that the presenters have their presentations here. So we are taking Dinah, followed by Praise. Is Praise here? Is Dinah here? Okay, and then Isaac, and then Joanne. Is Joanne also here? Okay, all right. So we will do this presentation, and after that we will go on break. What we are going to do is, since we are going to have 4, and I'm looking at the time, we're supposed to do end at 1:30, but let's see how it goes. So presenters are going to be given 15 minutes. We wanted to do 10 minutes, but I've been told that we should give them 15 minutes. And then we'll probably take questions, and then we'll move on. So without wasting much time, we want to invite Dinah. Dinah is going to discuss reflections and diffractions on romanticism-inspired designs, a response to contemporary changes. Are you going to use this, or you're going to use the hand mic, whichever? Okay, all right. Let's give it out to Dinah. And please, you may have to jot down some of the things that you may want to discuss, either questions or some contributions. The essence of this is to have a discussion. At the end of the day, we'll put a communique together. The essence of this is to have what it takes to be designers, cultural designers, and what it also takes to be innovators in this space. I believe the first two keynote speakers have whet our appetite to go into cultural innovations. And so when these presentations are done, I want to believe that these are also not, some of them are not fully developed research works. They are ongoing. So along the line, they will also need our support by giving them some of the suggestions that will help enrich the projects that they are involved. So Dinah, thank you very much. The next 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm presenting on the topic Reflections and Diffractions on Romanticism-Inspired Designs, a Response to Contemporary Fashion Design Challenges, as seen on the slide. And basically, these are going to be my presentation outline. We normally say that art is life, and that is true. It's true because art serves as a symbolic representation of concepts and emotions. And basically, art shapes our culture. It also shapes the way we think, the way we engage in things with regards to our senses and so many intellectual challenges. So an art movement, which refers to a unique approach and a style adopted by different forms correspond to particular historical era. And these ones introduces transformation in the styles of various art movements, including painting, sculpture, architecture, music, fashion, and others. PAF 2016 opines that Romanticism came about as a rejection against the neoclassicism and Enlightenment, which are also other forms of art movements back in the days. Romanticism is an art movement that emerged during the 18th and the 19th century back in the days. And it created relevance for nature. It focused on individualism. It emphasized emotional expressions which shaped the way people lived. Henchman and Henchman 2007 explained that Romanticism is the well-being of modern-day enthusiasm for nature preservation, where human observers are tuned to the meaning and significance of their natural world. To the Romantics, they believe that fashion should be a reflection of one's personality, not just about what you wear. It should also be able to reflect your emotions, how you feel, and also conform to societal norms or depicting trends. So to the Romantics, they saw fashion as a rejection of percepts of order, calm, following the normal elements of design, balance, and stuff. That is whereby Romanticism set in, just as a rejection of the classism that was already there. Macrae 2005 stated that the progress of fashion and textiles is deeply intertwined with art movements, and this reflects most of our societal movements, which like cultural shifts and technical advancements with various artistic movements, influencing fashion industry and the whole. Therefore, it is very important for us to explore historical design movements like Romanticism, pop art, Surrealist movement, and others, to be able to have valuable insights and inspiration for addressing some challenges we have today. So the aim of this research is to design 5 fashion design styles, which is inspired by the Romanticism art movement, to elevate how creative garment designs addresses contemporary issues like creative stagnation, like having some technical challenges, and also collectivism, as well as cultural loss. So we looked at identifying Romanticism fashion, their sense back in the days, and inculcated them in some personalized designs. And also we explored some of the design processes we went through before we came about the designs. And finally, the last objective was to address some contemporary challenges that are happening now. This study had some theories that underpins it. The first theory we used is the aesthetic theory, which explores how nature of beauty and taste and emotional experiences elicited by art and design can be used in shaping consumer perceptions and experiences. Another theory that we use is the design thinking theory, which also provides a framework for solving complex issues, thereby having empathy for the people you design for, having a feel of what's so doing or designing or innovating what they need in order to meet their needs. And the last theory we used is the theory of the cultural theory, which also provided a framework for understanding how cultural contexts shape design practices and consumer behavior. With the methodology, basically we used a studio-based approach, which was grounded in historical investigations, of which we collected data from secondary sources, from archival journals, online data sources, and from fashion archives, pictures that existed during the Romantic era. With the data analysis, and it was done through a thematic analysis approach, having historical inquiry, creative exploration of bringing out some designs whereby we incorporated some of the facets of Romanticism. And again, reflective critique was also done, and as well as evaluative refinement. Now, with our results. With our results, basically the first objective was achieved by using Romanticism archives, getting pictures and images from the archives, how the Romantic fashion era, how they conducted themselves, how they designed garments during that era, during the 18th and the 19th century. And designs were also processed through the 5 personalized designs before we were able to come out with specific designs, of which fashion designers now can use to solve these days modern challenges. During the Romantic era, the Romantics normally used fabrics like lace, velvet, brocade, and cotton during that era. And most of the time, they were inculcating some ornaments and accessories in their dressing, which consisted of embroideries, cut-off ruffles in their sleeves, putting puff sleeves here and there, which serve as ornamentation for their garments. And they also explored the darker side of beauty by creating garments that reflect some mysterious and romantic nature. They used corsets and soft fabrics were also very common during that time. During that time, too, bodices were attached to skirts at the waistline. And most of the time, they were using ornaments just for decoration purposes to make them feel good about what they wear. During the Romantic era, most of the ladies were wearing stays and petticoats under their garments to make them feel very comfortable with what they wear. So they were incorporating the use of, we were calling them as skirt improvers, that they normally wear them under their garments and their sleeves just to make them feel comfortable and bold out there. The Romantic era didn't only include females. The males also had a style or a way of dressing. During that era, the men wanted to be perceived as confident. So most of them were wearing clothes with swaggering bavado and panache with narrow waistlines. And some of them usually were wearing corsets here and there to achieve desired waistlines. And most of them used expansive chest pads and shaped leg trousers during that period. So drawing inspiration from these arts movements, we came out with a mood board, of which we also drew inspiration from before coming out with our designs. So basically, this is the mood board that was created as a form of inspiration to be able to come out with the sketches I will be talking about soon. So the first thing, with our first design, we drew inspiration from a bee and a flower, which it's a part of the facets of Romanticism because they really drew inspiration from nature. So we used flower and a bee. And this flower is called the plumera flower. And this is an element, it reflects the admiration for natural world, and it also encourages emotions and individuality. So basically, the next style that you are going to see, inspiration was taken from this bee and the plumera flower to design this fitted dress, which is a long fitted dress with a bustier, and it's having a detachable backdrop and a peplum wing on the sides. So this is basically the style that came out of that particular flower. And with this style, it was identified that this style will be able to solve the issue of creative stagnation. Because now, when you look at this modern world, it's like we are fashion designers are always moved by what is trending, thereby inhabiting our creative abilities. Therefore, in incorporating romantic art movements like the facets, like using things in nature, can help designers to bring out designs that are more aesthetically beautiful or pleasant to the public. Also considering the factors that the clients will bring to them. So overall, this dress embodies the romantic spirit through its connection to nature, and it places emphasis on individuality, in that the person wearing the garment will be able to embrace how individual she is, not necessarily conforming to what is in vogue at that time. And also so in doing so, the designer will then become very creative. And this style, designers can draw inspiration from it to help them solve the issue of creative stagnation in the system now. Our second design, which is called the seashell-inspired gown. It's also inspiration, we took inspiration from a seashell, which was also part of the mood board that was created. So basically, this is a fitted dress with pleated fabric, which is inspired by the seashell. With this particular style, we identified that it will also solve the issue of creative stagnation and sustainability. Because when designing for a client, you should be able to determine what the client wants in as much as not causing harm to the environment. So designers, based on things in nature and using cotton, silk, and other fabrics, designers can produce things that will not harm the environment in the end. So fabrics like silk, cotton can also be used and add a sense of elegancy and fluidity to garments they produce. The third style, which is an embroidered romantic cape dress, is also a style that designers can draw inspiration from when they want to design for individuals. This one too, the design inspiration was taken from flowers, and before we came out with this design. With this particular design, it will solve the issue of technical challenge, whereby we realized that during the Romantic era, they were wearing petticoats and things under their garments. So as a designer, if you want to solve the issue of having sagging dresses and dresses clinging to the body, it means that when you are designing for a client, you should be able to incorporate inserting bones here and there, putting petticoats as undergarments for a client in order to be able to solve some technical challenges like sagging of the garment when you design. This fourth design, which is a modern romantic outfit for the disabled, inspiration was also taken from the romantic art movement. As we are all sitting here, in case I've not seen any disabled person among us, but if we should have a disabled person, somebody with an amputated arm, you realize that the person may be wearing a classic shirt, just like us, sorry to say, a person who is not disabled is wearing. And if it happens like that, it may mean that the person may have to either fold the sleeve or just leave the sleeve hanging. So in incorporating romanticism art movement to solve the issue of collectivism, we can incorporate some of the facets which will help the individual to embrace his individuality, thereby helping the person to have a very good mental health, solve mental issue problems. Because sometimes when you design for somebody and the garment the person is wearing will expose his or her disability, it will let the person feel bad about himself. So therefore, it is very important for us to incorporate the art movement in some of our designs in order for them to embrace their individuality and promote self-expression of whoever they are. The last one also talks about incorporating trying to solve cultural loss issues and homogenization. Just as it has been discussed here, we always have to incorporate some of our cultural heritage, the stuff, our symbols, into garments that we produce. When you look at this garment, it has its roots in the North Africa in the Middle East. And it has the kufi hat with haram trousers here and there, which inspiration was drawn from the historical and cultural influences from the Romantic era. And it also expresses individual expression and emotion. And this particular style also solves the issue of homogenization and cultural loss, which details it's always can be placed on when designing for somebody. Details can be placed on putting tags here and there, like for it to serve as an aesthetic purposes or as an ornamentation to make the garment aesthetically beautiful. So in conclusion, we can say that fashion can be used as an expression of emotion like happiness, anger, and melancholy. And it shows different types of personalities like powerful, casual, artistic, seriousness, etc. Therefore, the study therefore advocates for greater integration of arts movements like romanticism, surrealism, and other things into fashion education and practice to inspire sustainability and emotionally resonant designs. Romanticism remains a vital source of inspiration, capable of addressing contemporary challenges and enriching the emotional and cultural aspects of fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dinah. Well, she was able to do it within time. Dinah, you know what? Sit down. I want us to do the first two. We'll take questions, then we'll do the last two. So just relax. But if you have your suggestions and you have questions, please note them and ask. Don't go far. Come and sit here. Sit here. So when you are done, you just sit here. When you are discharged, then you go. We have Praise. Praise is here to... He's speaking, or he's going to make a presentation on surrealist refractions, reflecting social realities through textile design in Ghana's Volta region. Surrealist refraction. What we'll do is, along the line, when it's about 5 minutes, I'll give you a sign over there, and if I realize you are not looking at me, I'll get up.
Good afternoon. All protocol duly observed. My name is Praise Kwaku Yegbe, and I'm presenting on the topic Surrealist Refractions, reflecting social realities through textile design in Ghana's Volta region. The content, I have the abstract, the introduction, a study area, then way down to the references. The abstract. In 21st century, the concept of creating design cannot be achieved without the factor of empathy from the literature. And empathy can be achieved if the various parts and the participants, including the users and designers, come to play to form a major decision that drives the design concept. The researcher worked with 5 designs that represent and differentiate, work with these different designs that has to do with concepts from the Volta region, talking about identity, displacement, fragmentation, transgenerational problems, and also marginalization. The researcher used qualitative method with studio-based approach, collaborative work with artisans using digital print, collage, drawing, and material experiment. Thematic analysis and visual analysis are done to reveal textile as carriers of counter-narratives in the society. And this will promote ethical, reflexive design and advanced post-colonial and critical craft studies. And it is recommended also that other movements should be incorporated into textile design within the context of solving social realism problems. Surrealism stems from art movement, which has to do with philosophies or ideas that influence the design styles of artists, which was practiced within various periods of time. Talking about surrealism, artists seek to employ the concept of dreamlike world, where they try to come to terms with how to make people understand the unconscious mind by dealing with what is very rational. So it is a break from what is rational and what is traditional structures. Talking about designs which don't actually have meanings by their juxtapositions, and the play with which the concepts and designs are played with. Now, textiles in West Africa is more than a cloth, in which case memories and stories are attached to them, which brings about concepts and ideas to the wearer and the people that are able to view what the person is wearing. Marginalization, taking the others into consideration. We talk about colonial borders, in which case we realize that the Volta region or the others are separated in different countries. So they are in Ghana, some are in Togo, then way up to Nigeria and Benin. Then I try to use materiality, in which case I try to turn the narrative tools to create stories about the region, depending on the problems within the social realism context of the others. Also, reflexibility, where I believe that the design is more of concepts and the various ideas that are employed, taking suggestions and ideas from participants in the community in order to come out with the concept of the design to drive the situation you are trying to solve. Then also the synthesis aspect of the studies focus on post-colonial identity, talking about the Volta region which undergone the plebiscite system of voting, which is being noted for them to be accepted into Ghana. Then also the collaboration aspect of the research about the communities by using the reflexive and the diffractive techniques or method to generate grounded insight. Then I try to bring surrealist images or semiotics and new materialist theories through socially engaged textile design. Now, this is the framework of the study, in which case social realism is at the center with 5 different problems that I'm trying to solve, making reference to theories such as the surrealist theories, which make use of dream imagery by going with juxtaposition and fragmentation, in which case you'll be able to visualize the hidden or the complex social realities. And also new materialism, where we view materials as active agents in making meaning instead of the end product, which is the design. Materials which are put together are able to make meanings in that case. And also the reflexive and the participatory design aspect of the study, which talks about design as an iterative process, which has to do with reflections and actions of what the designer is able to put together. I also consider the post-colonial material culture, where textiles act as a tool for reclaiming identity and resisting colonial practices. The objectives of the study. The first one is to create symbolic textile designs rooted in community narratives. And also collaborate with local artisans using experimental methods. And also interrogate how textiles can archive counter-hegemonic stories. And also explore researchers' diasporic position within the creative practice. The study area, Agbozuma Volta region. The ethnic group which has a very rich traditional culture craft is Agbozuma. And Agbozuma is noted for the production of kente and artisanal activities. They have a market over there, which normally you realize that people come together even as far as Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria at dawn to patronize their kente products. And they have a unique method by which they also come out with their craft. There is a cloth over there which is known as Togodo in the Agbozuma. And this cloth is only produced over there, which is very philosophical and has various stories attached to it. And also, it's a culturally intact and transnational trading hub. Agbozuma lies within two major, very traditional, and I can say shrine towns, talking about the Kliko and the Nogoko. So you realize that the sculpture production is over there, talking about calabash and other traditional crafts which are patronized by the devotees of these shrines. Go on over there. That is why I choose Agbozuma to advance my case. The design methodology is qualitative, and it's artistic studio-based participatory research, and the participants are the creatives from the Volta region, individuals who have cultural and artistic ties to the Ewe community. And accessible, I deal with purposive 12 participants in the selection process to advance my case. And the data collection, I have tools, interviews, and others that inform my data collection, and I sought ethical consideration and thematic and visual analysis. And I believe in constructivist paradigm, in which case I recognize that knowledge is co-constructed through social interaction and cultural dialogue. Then the results and discussions. Interpreting social realities through surrealism. Focus on the 5 designs that I created. And I take into consideration their social cultural worth issues in the Volta region. I did interpretations where I involve community feedback and symbolic analysis. And I move on to talk about the discussion structure around these 5 themes that I created. And the first design is about identity, which I call borderland reflection. So looking at the design, there's a split face of Ghana and Togo flag over there, where I have vortex of symbols, the fish, the kola nut. So you look carefully, there's this juxtaposition of a principle over there representing the face of human, where we have the 2 national flags coming together to form one being over there. So there's a split over there, and there's a problem of identity expressed over there. Then the interpretation is that I reflect on colonial disruption of the identity. Then community response suggests that the design looks as if it's being felt, pulled. You felt, or being a pulled effect being felt over there. But there's a struggle as to where the individual actually belongs. Then I link it to the surrealist metaphor that conveys split identity. And this is the beauty of the design produced. The second design is about marginalization. And with this design, abstract faces and muted tones are represented in the design, which has dissolved Ghanaian flag over there, which symbolize silenced voices that are woven into the cloth. So the community insights, the viewers suggest that the design made invisible chains visible. And it is linked to the methodological link by Mazzini's design. That says that design that cares. That's what is being expressed over there. And the function is for this tool to be used as a dialogue in community centers involving chieftaincy issues and other related issues that can be solved. The third design is about displacement, flood of memories. That's how I call it. And the community is located at a very lowland area where they have recurrent flooding almost every 2 years over there. And also in the Volta region, anytime there is a spillage of the Akosombo Dam, you realize that most citizens are being affected over there. So in the design, you realize that there's a submerged school building over there with fishbone, and also the working tools of the community are being displayed over there. And the reflection is that the surrealist distortion can be used as a method of generating empathy. That's what the design represented, as can be seen in the slide. Then the next one is about fragmentation, which I call disjoint villages, which is a patchwork, a collage-style image of textile fragmented community images, which are created through distorted photo collage. And the insight is that it feels like a fragmented jigsaw puzzle which needs to be solved. So you realize that the design has fragments over there, or it has this kind of puzzle-like structure which need to be solved. And to encourage shared reflections on migration and loss pertaining to the Volta region. Then the last one is about transgenerational tension, which I call ancestors mask and youth mirror, incorporating the youth and the ancestors in one design, which is being taken from proverbs and word sayings pertaining to the earth. So you look carefully, you realize that you have some writings in the design talking about kahoho, which means the olden rope. So if you are plying a rope or you are weaving a rope, you realize that when the artist gets tired or the one weaving gets tired, he or she will leave the rope, then come and continue from where he or she stopped. So the first that was woven, the first aspect that was woven refers to the olden people, which we can say that they will attribute them to knowledge. And the continuation of the rope is the youth, which we can confidently say that we need respect from the youth with the knowledge of the olden people in order to advance our cases in the society. And visualize the class and convergence of values in the community. Then the diffractions and diffractions of the designs. Taking into consideration the reflections of the design, the design serves as a mirror, which brings about personal discomfort, representing trauma, and also the three main areas that are concentrated on to drive home the point of reflection has to do with identity, tension, the aesthetics and culture, and the inner growth aspects of the design. And all this comes to play, and the context are over there, which has to do with the reflexive documentation in design, which has to do with the notebook and cultural context. Then the aesthetics and the cultural aspect has to do with the peer feedback on sketches, prompted revisions, and proverbs that are all integrated as a result of the response I've gotten from the participants. And the inner growth, which has to do with the contrast with Scone's idea, which emphasizes internal insight. So the diffractions has to do with three main aspects, talking about the material entanglement by which the designs were created, and also the emergent meanings, the new meanings which are attached to the design, and also the dynamic co-creation, which are all observed from the work, which were all back from sources and context, which are noted in the column over there. Now, the conclusion and recommendation of the studies. Surrealism is used as both an aesthetic and methodological tool in socially engaged designs, which enable poetic approaches to difficult topics through image and metaphors. Then the project aligns with Mazzini's concept of design that cares, using tangible artifacts like textiles to spark critical discourse and reflections. And also it advocates for culturally responsive designs, education, and explores how surrealist semiotics and material theory can open up pathways for understanding identity and resistance in post-colonial context. Then the study raised key unresolved questions about designers' responsibilities, the impacts of textile intervention, and the potential of community-driven design practice. Then I conclude that this design can be embedded in local and reflective design practice in schools to promote relevance and innovation, and also the use of symbolic dream-based visuals to express issues and spark community discourse should be enhanced in our community, and other art movements can also be incorporated to advance the case of solving social realism problems within the society. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Praise and Dinah. And those were very insightful things. So we'll now open up for questions and contributions. For those of you here, I'm told that your mics works. But those here, you may have to raise your hand. We have those hand over there. So Dinah, you may want to come up. Any question, any contribution? Yes, madam. No, yes, your mic works. So, okay, good.
Hello, Dinah. Well done on your presentation.
And please let us know whom the question is going for.
My question is going to Dinah.
Or contributions, okay.
I want to find out whether we are still in the romantic era of fashion. Because now when you look around, people dress the way they feel. Look at our young guys, the way they dress. And now it's as if there's not very much distinction between what is for females and what is for males. We find some materials which were previously supposedly for males, females being used by males. So I'm basing my question on your definition of romanticism. Are we still in that era? And the way people are styled, how has it influenced that based on, I have two questions actually. And then
on hair.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And the second one, your presentation.
Will you want to write? Okay. Okay, all right.
I didn't really get the connection between us. What you presented to us was all based on foreign concepts. I didn't see the connection, your presentation, and us in Africa. How is it impacting us? Yes, we have seen their style, but how is it impacting our fashion?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm answering the second question first. You said you don't see the link between Dia and the designs I made. The designs I made dwelt so much on the facets, the key characteristics of romanticism. So the designs are serving as inspiration to our current designers we have now, so that when they want to design, in order to be able to open up and be creative and add more things they want to design, they can include or inculcate some of the facets that were existing back then into what they produce or they innovate. So something like inculcating like emotional, adding the characteristics of emotions. We have people, we design for people, but most of the times we don't consider how they feel, their mental well-being. So most of the time we follow the normal trend. For example, now if you go to a designer to design for you, in case you're having an occasion like a wedding or a marriage ceremony, the first thing that comes to the person's mind is corsetry, of which the person, your client, may either like or not like it. So in order to know the emotional well-being of your client, there are certain factors you need to consider, and there are certain act movements you can consider and inculcate some of the things, not necessarily following the norm of the day, in order to be able to counteract the collectivism and the creative stagnation we are having. That is the idea behind the study.
Okay, I need clarification, still on the second one, because if you are presenting, now we are trying to advertise ourselves as Africans. So why didn't you concentrate on us using the term romanticism? Then you come to Africa and look at the way romanticism has been used way before us. That makes much more sense. We can relate to that better than you picking from Abrochire, the way they dress and all of that. Then trying to juxtapose that with the way we dress now. It's
okay,
just my thinking.
That's your contribution. I won't take it as a question. But let's take the first one. The first was, what is it that we today here can learn from Romanticism, because we are here now. And Romanticism was, I even had a question on that, but I think I will use that. Romanticism was there. Now we are here. How do we marry the Romanticism now? Is that right? Right.
Thank you. So we can marry Romanticism by, my answer still holds, because the study basically focused on the facets, what they believed in, the characteristics of the arts movement. That was what the study was about. So it was embedded in some of the designs that were created to be able to, for designers now to take inspiration from them. With respect to sustainability, we can just consider using our normal Kente and GTP and African prints when a designer decides to take inspiration from those designs. So in incorporating ours, the designer, whoever wants to design a garment like that, embedding or considering the arts movement, can decide to choose our local fabrics to incorporate it in whichever design he wants to design for a client.
Thank you. Any question coming from somewhere? Okay, there's, then from there, we'll take you.
Mine is a contribution.
All right, good.
I realized that some of the designs that she displayed are now being used by our youth. Looking at the pants, that is trousers that they wear. Some will tell you that, say me penno, they me. They don't want that loose, baggy type. And all, when you look at the sketches, the designs that she presented, they are now inculcating the...
Right. Those ones into this one. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. It's armless. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Let's take the last but one. Okay. The lady, that is Karen, eh? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. I like your presentation. I have a few questions, but looking at the time. One, the third design, what concept was it coming from after the shell? Then two, you mentioned that the corset or the undergarment was to make them comfortable. But in this day and age, the corset or the undergarment designed for us, to be frank, if the ladies will agree with me, is not that comfortable at all. So what can we do? Or again, your work, is it only for occasional outfits or everyday use? Because all the designs look like I'm going for a wedding or I'm the bride or something like that. So thank you.
Okay, so 3 questions put together as one. 3 or 2? 3. You had 2. Okay. You want to answer before we go to the other one? Is there any question for Praise? Okay. All right. So Praise, hold it. I thought I was going to discharge you.
So talking about the third design, I don't remember mentioning that it was for comfortability. I said the third design, if you want to design for a garment not to cling or sag on the body, it is important for you to add some petticoats or boning techniques. That one was solving the challenge of technical challenges we face in the industry here and there. So that one wasn't, it was talking about giving a garment structure and support, like putting in fish line here and there to make the garment stand in order to bounce back. That was what it was about. And the last question, in fact, I forgot it.
The last question, can you repeat? I think it's about the corset. Today, they don't find it comfortable. Yeah, they said they don't find it comfortable. And how do, or is it occasional, the dress also?
I've answered the corsetry whereby you said I mentioned it's comfortable. I don't remember saying that because that particular style I was talking about.
She is saying that if we are to take inspiration using the corset, today they don't find it comfortable with corset. Do we still need it? Or you might find a way of adjusting it. Then she added the third one, which is what you are going to talk about. Is that right? So the three, I got it right. Right.
So the last one, basically the designs created was basically for occasional purposes. I didn't include other, yes. So they are basically for occasional purposes, yes. Corsetry, it's something very uncomfortable. That is true. That is why it is very important for you as a designer to consider certain factors when you are designing for somebody. It's not necessarily that you need to follow the trend. You need to consider where the person is coming from, the cultural background, even the medical aspect of the person. The person may be having some skeletal bones here and there, having issues with the bones, having ulcer. Even when you wear corset for a long time, you can even have some medical issues. So it is up to the designers to consider certain factors and know who they are designing for before they design.
Thank you very much. Let's take the gentleman, and then, is it for Diana?
It's for, yeah.
How many questions? The way you flipped.
There are many.
And please, let's remind ourselves that this is an international conference. Okay. Others are online. They might not probably understand the local data. So if you use a local data, try as much as possible to explain it so that they can get it.
Of course, I can study. Thank you so much. You did very well. I want you to consider our contribution here, our statements here as constructive and not criticism. And I'm happy you say it's an ongoing work that will be improved. You know, you talked about studio-based. When you are presenting, you say your work is technically studio-based, but somewhat or the other, you mentioned thematic analysis, and this got me thinking how your work, this studio work, was thematically analyzed, okay? So maybe what is the overarching theme, the theme actually, and some of the sub-themes you worked on? Perhaps when you touch on that, it will help us a great deal.
Okay, thank you. Some of the themes are, it talked about having, solving contemporary issues, technical challenge, and also the role of romanticism in fashion. These are some of the themes that I looked at.
Okay, so.
No, okay, go ahead.
All right. You also mentioned mood board. And then the mood boards that I noticed that they were already finished work. In fact, somewhere along the line, you mentioned design thinking, and I was very much interested in that aspect. And I was actually looking for something like a process of thinking, design thinking, and that never surfaced. And then your work, I don't know, I didn't see any sketch, I didn't see any illustration of any kind to show any kind of thinking. But then all I saw was a finished work, floral work, and then I don't know whether this work was AI influenced or something, okay? This is very critical. It is very important, okay? So you might want to talk to us about that.
I think this is, we gave them short time, but I want to believe that you've taken note of what he has said. Maybe presentation, and for those who are coming, let's try and cut off the lengthy part and make sure that we include almost all the areas that we want to see so that it makes the journey right. Is there a follow-up?
Yes. The next question I have here has to do with, she mentioned seashell as an inspiration. And then when I saw the design, we saw, what do we call it, a design of seashell, that red kind of design. And then she said that this has is done because they are environmentally careful, that is to say what is sustainability, okay? I don't know how does the design, that seashell design, promote sustainability. When we're talking about sustainability, it's a design. How is the design promoting sustainability, if you understand me?
Thank you very much. The idea of this study is to create designs using the art movement so that other designers can take inspiration from it and know that the art movement can also, the facets of the art movement can inspire them to be creative. Basically, that is the idea, and it aims at the design. So with the design thinking basically talks about having empathy for the users or the clients you are designing for. And you talking about the methodology as in the thematic approach, I used the historical inquiry, whereby I went back into the archive, looked through some of the pictures that exist during the Romantic era, and I drew inspiration from them before coming up with the design. And with the shells, the seashell design, basically the inspiration was taken from the seashell to be creative. Because back then, they were using ornamentations, embroidery designs here and there. So for example, if a designer wants to design for somebody with a small torso, with a smaller bust, the person can incorporate a design like that to make the torso look bigger. So that is the idea of the design that was done, not necessarily an AI-generated design. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Dinah can sit down. Let's give it to her. And then we'll take the last one for praise. And then the next two, please get ready. Okay. It's your mic working?
Yes.
Sure.
Thanks. Before I go to my question, I would want to point something out. Your presentation. Is it a finished work or it's ongoing?
Thank you. Please, it is a work in progress, actually.
Then you don't need the abstract. Because I saw an abstract. If it's ongoing, then you don't need the abstract. So you should check that out.
Thank you.
Then I don't know whether it's a question or, okay, but let me say it all the same. When I looked at your designs, did you do them yourself?
Yes, please. I do them myself using Photoshop.
Okay.
And they are
you
simulations.
Are not a designer. Are you a designer?
Yes,
yes,
please.
he is. He's a textile designer.
Yes, please.
Okay. Then I have issues with your designs, okay? Because they looked all over, everywhere. In terms of the colors, the principles, most of the principles of design were missing. And the semiotics you talked about, I couldn't really relate. You are talking about Agbozome. Agotime or where?
Agbozome.
Agbozome. So when we go to Agbozome, they have a way they design, the way they do their things. I didn't see it. I'm an area along that route. And then you talked about the etavuhu. Then you said after working for a period, they go back and take a break. That's what you said.
Okay.
Can you elaborate? I'm trying to get the point you made.
Thank you very much. Please let me make the clarification. I use the movement surrealism. So it is about coming out with things which are irrational. So the juxtapositions and the fragmentations are not rational and they don't conform to traditional structures.
Yes, I got that. But I'm talking about whether they are surreal or realistic. There is a principle or there are principles you need to follow. But looking at your designs, it's as if you just picked, okay, let me put this here. And then you put that there. And some colors are shouting, they are screaming, they are displaced actually. So if you can look at your design and rework them, they will look better. Your choice of colors, so that they can appeal to the people you are making them for. And whether surreal, abstract or not, when we looked at the first presenter's work, we saw the process, and you could make meaning out of the finished work. And we saw balance, but I didn't see that in your work. So please, if you can go back and re-look at your work and work them out, they'll come out better.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, go ahead. I thought
Yes.
you are done.
Please, you've said something concerning the rope. The explanation is that if you are weaving a rope, let's take it that a rope that will be used to fetch water in a well. You are weaving that kind of rope. Then, in the process, you get tired on the way. what will happen is that you will leave it for some time, and when you are coming back, you are going to continue from where you stopped. So whatever you are building on is as a result of starting from where you stopped. So I think I make that reference talking about generational gap, making reference to the old and the youth. So the old are seen as people who have done their part with their knowledge, and the youth are continuing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's give it out to them. Please, we'll wait. We have other 2 presentations, and then we want to run with time. Thank you very much. Please, let's give it out. When we break, we can engage them and have a discussion with them. We want to invite the next 2 presenters. Please come over here, Isaac and then Joanne, so that we will save some time. Let me also say that this activity, these presentations, we are collaborating with 2 journals. And then after that, they will have to, after the peer review, they will select the best ones that could be done through, but we pray that almost all this will go in. And whichever goes into any journal, there is one is the and then the other journal is Journal of Engineering Graphic Design. So we are hoping that these presentations will be in, and these are index journals. So when your article go in there, it's of international repute. We will invite Isaac. Isaac is doing a presentation with Amwakon Ajiman and Aina Deborah, but the presentation will be done by Isaac. Exploring the impact of visual communication aids on patient comprehension and retention during that. Okay, can we switch to the presentation? Okay, good. Thank you very much. 15 minutes, and please look at me. If it is, you are delaying, I'll get up.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I'm Isaac Ejayano, and I'm presenting on exploring the impact of visual communication aids on patient comprehension and retention during the discharge process. And my other co-authors are Dr. Kofi Amwakwajiman and Dr. Oradisa Dana Deborah. So this is going to be the outline of my presentation. We're going to start from the background all up to the results and discussion. So we can all testify that at a point in our life, you will become a patient. I don't know a single person here who have not been to the hospital before. And definitely, when you go to the hospital, you will be discharged. But during the discharge process, how information is relayed to the client can be very, very complex, depending on the medical terms that are involved. So relying on the normal traditional communication may not be reliable or may not help the patient understand what they are being told, especially when they are coming from using diverse learning styles, or maybe they are illiterates, okay? So we said that we want to come up with visual communication aids that is going to help them understand what they are taught at the hospital. Although this has been applied in the public health sector, when it comes to one-on-one consultations or during the doctor talking to a client on one-on-one, it has not been ascertained. Usually it's for the general public. But for this research work, it was one-on-one basis with the patients. So apart from the impact it's going to have on the patient, we're also looking at how we can find innovative approaches that graphic designers can be incorporated in the healthcare teams. So if you're a graphic designer here, you can also look at the health sector. There are so many problems there that I think we can contribute to. So for the general objectives, the main research work was to find the efficacy of visual communication aids in the comprehension and recall in the discharge process among hypertensives and diabetics. Then for the specifics, we're looking at how we using visual aids and the normal process that they go through will help patients make informed decisions about their health. Then we're to look at how being a male or female affects their recall levels, whether being a male, they are able to recall information better than females, or whether being a female, they are able to recall information better than males. Then for the last one, we're looking at if you're having only one condition, like diabetes or hypertension, you recall better than those with those two comorbidities. So these were the research questions. So from the literature, we were able to find out that there has been proven effectiveness of visual communication aids, especially in developed countries. But for the low and middle income countries, the effectiveness have not really been made known. Then it's very, very cost effective. In the US alone, they realized that hospital readmissions costed about 1.5 billion US dollars. So it means that when we're able to show patients how to go about their health and they understand it better, they're able to make informed decisions and reduce hospital readmissions. So we're able to come up with this theoretical foundation or framework. So we use these 4 theories, the dual coding theory. So for the dual coding theory, it says that when visuals and tests are used, it helps people to understand better. Then for the cognitive load theory, it says that the mind is limited. So you don't have to load the mind with a lot of information all at once. So giving information should start gradually. Then for the picture superiority effect, also says that when people are shown graphics or visuals, they tend to remember more than when they are shown only tests. Then for the health belief model, when people understand their disease condition, the complications, they tend to obey whatever they are being told. So we expected a very good health outcome out of the study. So for the study design, we used a randomized control trial with 2 groups and was single blind. So only the researcher knew about what he was doing. So the hospital was Maternal and Child Health Hospital in Kumasi here. So we used 40 patients above 50 patients above 40 years. So 25 for the control group, then 25 for the intervention group. So we did a pre-test and then a post-test. Then in 3 months' time, usually they come back to take their medications. Then we did the record to realize whether they still remember what they were told. Then the few people who couldn't come, we called them on phone to assess them. Then after that, we did the analysis using SPSS version 25. So these were the demographics. Unfortunately, the male participants were few, and it cuts across all the health sector in Ghana. Usually the males, they don't like going to the hospital, unless it's very, very, very severe. So likely for us, both the group A, which is the control, and the group B with the intervention, we all have the same gender values. Then for the education level, we can see that the secondary levels were the highest. Then for the clinical characteristics, hypertension only, those who have only hypertension form a chunk of the research work. Then was followed by those with both conditions. Unfortunately, those who are having diabetes were very, very, very few. So this was one of the pictures or the sketches that we made. So it was polished up with Photoshop and Illustrator. So we can see a typical Ghanaian setting. We can see yam over there. You can see vegetables, which we are familiar with. And we all know pawpaw. If you don't grow it up, you can see some at the back of your fence. Okay, so these are some of the things that we did. There were about 13 figures in general, but I chose only few to present here because of time. Then so we were having do's and don'ts. So the first one is about the do's. Then the second one is one of the don'ts that you don't have to do. So after you make the sketch, usually you have to show it to the doctors for them to approve it, for them to know whether it follows the normal medical proceedings at the hospital. So this one was inspired by the DASH diet, which is a dietary approach to stop hypertension, which says that I don't have to give in too much sodium, add too much food that contains too much sodium to your food. So we use the X, which is with the red color, to show that this is not approved as a patient. You don't have to do this when you go home. And you can see a normal Ghanaian setting. One of the days that you always use coal pot and earthenware to do the illustration. Now people are using blenders and stoves in their house. So if you're doing a design in Kumasi, then you have to incorporate that in the design. Then using the health belief model for people to understand their complications, we also have 2 complications, one for the diabetes, one for hypertension, for them to know if they don't follow their health protocol, this is what can result in. So after showing them the pictures, we did the post-assessment. Then this is the results. So we realized that although the group B, who is the intervention group, they started with a mean value, a score of 2.89. At the end of the study, in 3 months' time, you can see that the mean score rose up to 7.12, which was very, very, very significant, showing that the use of visual communication aids were very, very effective. And we also assess their self-efficacy level, whether they are confident about managing their disease conditions. So you can see that the baseline group for the group A, which is the control group, they started with a higher rating. But although it's increased over time, we can see the difference between the group B baseline from 2.44 to 4.76. So we can see that when people are informed about their health, they know what to do, their confidence about managing their disease conditions also shoot up. Then for the gender side, we realized that the males didn't record better than the females. So usually females record information better than the males. That's what we found out from this research work. Then for the medical conditions, those with only one condition were able to record their information better. So we assume that usually when you have 2 comorbidities, it makes it very difficult for you to remember health information because of the complexity of that situation. So this was the discussion. We realized that our research work also supports strong evidence for visual communication aids, especially when you use culturally adapted visuals that the people can relate with, and also improve long-term knowledge over time. Then for the literacy compensation, even those with low literacy background were able to comprehend whatever they are being told at the hospital. Then the self-efficacy tool also increased over time, as I showed earlier in the results. So concluding, it's important that health providers and policymakers can invest in culturally responsive educational designs over traditional methods. Even if you don't realize the importance for the immediate effect, in the long term, people tend to remember graphics than using the normal traditional methods that we do at the hospitals. So these are my references, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Isaac. Please have a seat. We'll take the second presentation. When he was presenting, I was just looking at the president of PADI, because that is his area, and I was just looking to see whether he's taking note. So we'll take the second presentation from Joanne Thompson and Emmanuel Entry. And it says, From Movement to Meaning, Ghanaian Indigenous Dance as Living Design System. From Movement to Meaning, Ghanaian Indigenous Design Dance as Living Design System. Once again, take note of your questions, your contributions. Let's help them also to make their research stronger and better for the wider audience. And that is one of the essence of these discussions or this conference that we are here. So the next 15 minutes, we will be listening to Joanne Thompson. Thank you very much. Let's give it out to her.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne, and I'm doing this work with Dr. Entry, who is absent for some personal reasons. Our topic is From Movement to Meaning, Ghanaian Indigenous Dance as Living Design System. So that's the presentation outline. Dance in indigenous African context transcends entertainment. So for us, dance is life, just as art is life. And dance embodies a holistic expression of life, cultural identity, and it serves as an integral component of community life and tradition. So dance is governed by a set of principles. I'm just listing a few here: repetition, contrast, and balance, which we also find in design. So actually, our work is not looking at dance and design as two different entities. We are saying that design is embedded in dance. And let me take it slowly. So Kujo says that the Black African body, we look at the body, the human body, while design looks at the body as material. So Kujo says that the Black African body serves as a canvas on which various elements are vividly expressed. So any attempt to isolate the body from the principles and elements found both in dance and design would result in a fragmented comprehension that fails to capture the integral role of the body in African societies. So like the Pro-VC said earlier, design is everywhere. Therefore, it's a daunting task to look for a definition for design. However, we thought that we could use this one by Charles that says that it is the planned arrangement of visual elements within a workspace to achieve a specific purpose or effect. Sukatanka he did a work that draws an interface between dance and design with 4 core concepts: the body, space, time, and aesthetics. His work tries to look at the similarities between the two, dance and design. So he separates the two and draws similarities between them. In the initial stages, it looked like the work was a good one, until he concluded that dance demands a conscious application of design in its movements. And that is where we depart, because we are not saying they are separate. You cannot apply design to dance. It is embedded in dance. So we use 2 indigenous dances, Kete and Fume, as our case studies to come up with a framework using the elements that are found in dance and design to build this framework. And the elements include line, shape, color, texture, space, form, value. The principles: contrast, emphasis, movement, pattern, rhythm, and unity. So the problem, although design scholarship increasingly embraces cultural perspectives, indigenous dance remains underexplored as a source of design knowledge. Much of the design discourse privileges visual or material artifacts, often overlooking the formative and embodied forms of knowledge transmission. So we address this gap by proposing that indigenous dance, which is living and active, can be a source of inspiration for designers. Our questions: how does indigenous dance function as a design system that encodes cultural knowledge? And in what ways can indigenous choreographic principles inform sustainable and culturally sensitive design processes? We considered a systems theory, which is a very large theory, but it serves our purpose. So, because it helps us understand man and its environment and his environment as part of interacting systems, and it provides a general language with which to tie together various areas in interdisciplinary communication. So the design, it's a qualitative study which focuses on understanding the presence of design in indigenous dance. We use Kete, Asante Kete, and Fume from the Greater Accra region as case studies. We do a content analysis of the videos, and then we do design mapping as well. So we use videos as our source of data. And we consider the visual elements in those videos. So in dance, for instance, like we've said earlier, we look at movement, space, costume, rhythm, and then the collective participation, which is community. And in design, line, shape, color, texture, space, form, value. So this is a picture of 2 dancers, Asante Kete, obviously at a funeral. And on their side is the drum ensemble, the Kete drum ensemble. Please take note of the colors. And this has to do with the second dance, which is Fume. Okay. So Asante Kete is a court dance. Initially, it was restricted to the palace, so Otumfo owned the dance. It couldn't be done anywhere else. Somewhere along the line, Professor Nketia and co. sought permission for the dance to be moved from the palace into academia and later into the community. This dance embodies the history of the Ashanti people And it is so rich that the timelines, the literary timelines, that, so the written text about the dance and the dance itself, the information embedded in the dance, the music, the arrangement, the costume, and all of that. So the oral tradition around this dance is richer than the literary information that is out there. I won't waste so much time on this. Fume Fume isn't well known, not too known, because it is quite recent. It was I think in the late 60s, this dance was created by the Otu and the Ayi families in the Greater Accra region. So they took portions of some religious dances in the Greater Accra region to create this dance. But because this dance has been handed over, it has become one of our traditional dances. But when we talk about Kete and Fume Fume, this is relatively considered as a created dance, which is kind of contemporary, although it is still classified under traditional or indigenous. So along these elements and principles, we discussed the two. Movement, the gestures and the expressions found in the dance. May I know how many have seen the Kete dance? Okay. So the expression embedded in the dance communicates more than just what we see. If you've paid attention, usually before the dance is executed, the dancers seek permission, especially in the presence of a chief. That is because any error, any blunder on your part warrants a serious punishment. So you seek permission. Our gestures can be faulty at any time. So these gestures and expressions go way beyond what we see. Somebody seated there may not see anything, but the chiefs who understand what exactly, or beyond the chiefs, the indigenes who understand every gesture know it's very intentional. So we dance with intentionality in Ghana. Let me put it that way. That is a fact. So pardon is sought before the dance is even executed, so that when the blunder happens, we've already sought pardon. Space. The arena is set. Let me show this. The arena is set both by the community and the performers. This D for Fume Fume, usually the audience will be in a semicircle. Sometimes, when it is not structured too well, nobody structures the arena. But when the place is overcrowded, they form a circle around the performers. So that's why we have the broken lines there. The same thing shows in Kete. The only difference is the arc above C, the dancer space, because of the way the drummers sit. All right, so these are the frameworks we are looking at. This is the spatial arrangement of the performers in the arena. However, we are also looking at the execution of the dance, the patterns that are made with the feet, the footprints that are left, the drawings, the intricate designs that come out of, if we were to take a blueprint of the performance, the lines they leave after performing, we are saying that these are also sources of inspiration for designs. Because of time, the question is, are you already getting inspired? We have suggested dance as a source, traditional dance especially, as a source of inspiration for designs. If we could look into our dances, the costumes, the music, the performances themselves, the dances, we would find that they are rich. They are richly embedded with ideas, we could use to design our products. So our conclusion, Kete and Fume establish intricate design patterns, and they are embedded in indigenous dances are design systems that can be explored by designers for inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joanne. Yes. In fact, for once, let me confess that I've not even thought of taking a photograph of a dancer and using the designs in there as inspiration. To be honest with you, I've not thought of that until today. And I realized that some of the pictures that I've taken, they make some sense, just that I've not looked there. You know, it boils down to our intentionality. If we are not intentional, we will not look at it. These cultural things that we are talking about, if we are not intentional, we will not even see them as sources of inspiration. But that's just by the way. Thank you very much. Any questions, any contributions for the two of them? For the two of them. Anybody? Those here will need the mic, but those here, your mics are already there. Okay. And please, you also want to mention who the question is going up to so that you know.
Okay. I have about 2 questions and a suggestion for...
Yeah, it's on.
Right. Is it Isaac? Right, Isaac. I am also within your area of, research, the medical field using graphic design. First question, it looks like your statistics and most of your, literature review were based on US. Is that right? Right.
Because
people online.
Of it, because of time. Some were in Ghana here. Right. Some were where they have used medical symbols and all those things for the health sector. Just that they were not used like one-on-one consultations with the medical doctors talking to clients.
South Africa has done quite a lot over there. They have a lot that I will recommend that they are closer to us. So using them, as a basis or, literature review, at least you'll be able to get a better picture of it than, using US. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And then, did you say that your randomized control trial, your people were about 25?
Total was 50. So
how about?
50.
25
for the control, then 25 for the intervention group.
Oh,
50, right.
Ideally, it's recommended that, for one group, 60 to 80. So 25 is too small.
It's too small, okay.
To make, a meaningful, so look at that. Right. I'm not going to say anymore. Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more? Any other before we zoom in? Okay, there is a hand up there. It's going to, so you tell us whether it's going to Joanne or it's going to Isaac.
To the lady.
To Joanne.
Yes, Joanne. This is Dr. Moro. We know in design there are principles, and I saw you mentioning some of the principles, but there are 2 key principles that I didn't see. Maybe I wasn't looking well. Contrast and proportion. How do they reflect in the dances that you outlined to us?
Okay. Right.
So, contribution. Maybe you can consider that. Okay.
Contrast. Yeah, I think contrast is in the work. It's proportion we haven't
taken a look at.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you take a look at contrast. But if it doesn't apply in there, don't push it in. Maybe there are areas that they are in, just that you didn't consider that. There was a hand. Was it here? Okay. All right. Before I ask my question, is there any more? Okay. All right. Now let me ask this question. Probably it goes to Joanne. You might not take a look at it. What we see as dance, it's more or less culturally, we don't see it as design. I don't know whether, and my confession is even, what we see as dance
culturally, we don't see it as design. Is there a way that you can say that culturally dance should be, I'm trying to look at how do we critically say that this dance is design? Looking at Fume Fume and Kete. Because we see dance as culture, we don't see it as design. I don't know whether I'm looking at it right. Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, so that's what we are hoping to do. By the time the work is done, we are going to come out with, should I say, blueprints. We are going to mark the movements. So there is LABA notation that notates movements. We may not necessarily use LABA notation, but we are coming up with a framework that shows dance as design. So if we are able to publish this.
Right. Okay. Okay. Basically, when it's systems design, that is where probably we may have to focus on and then be intentional. Systems design normally plays into the mind of rhythm and other stuff. So thank you very much. Now let me ask, you want to?
I have a question. You mentioned traditional dance. What about any other form of dance? I mean, we wanted.
So for us, a dance is not just a dance. So we classify dances based on form and other things that we mentioned here. So the form, a traditional dance is one, kete is one form of dance. So consider the form as a box so that everything in there is peculiar to that particular dance. Kete is not the same as fume fume. Kete, fume fume put together won't work. So they are not just dances. Embedded in kete, the knowledge embedded in kete is not the same as we have in fume fume. The inspiration for fume fume is different from kete.
Okay, so maybe if I have to ask, pop. Is there dance like that? Those who dance to pop music in essence, it might not necessarily be dance, or
Pop
might not be.
is pop. So we have movements that go with certain music, right? So pop culture. So if we are to look at it in terms of culture, then we can classify some dances based on the culture. So pop and its culture would have the movements that go with them. You can borrow movements from certain dances to create other, like fume fume, that's why we chose fume fume, to create other dance forms. But it doesn't eradicate the previous dance. Azonto has become a thing. Very soon, Azonto is going to be classified as a traditional dance because it is beginning to stand the test of time. Okay. But as it stands now, it is a contemporary dance, if you understand what I mean.
Right. Somehow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give it out to them. Let's give it out to them. But I want to put all the presentations together and ask this question. So before I sit down, we learn about the romanticism, the surrealists. We are learning this Kitty and Fume Fume. But then the question is, these probably are far away. Surrealism, don't we have local cultural movements which we can also say they should inspire us, especially in the things that we talk about as fashion? Because this romanticism and this, those movements that we talk about, they are European movements, is that not it? Don't we have cultural movement or African movement which can also serve as sources of inspiration for us? Maybe you may not answer it now, but let's think through that in trying to have some of these things to inform our current situation. Let's look at the African movement and let's make sure that we also highlight them. On this note, we want to say thank you very much. It's time for me to hand over to the MCs, and then
we will continue when we come back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Apia. Let's give it up for Prof. Apia. Yeah, so we will be going into the next session very soon, and I think that we've had very beautiful presentations, and we've learned a lot from it from different angles. And we've seen how design can be seen even within our own cultural settings. And with the dance, is a system design, which is already there. But of course, the documentation is what is needed at the moment. So we have a lot of indigenous knowledge systems that we need to curate so that it can be a foundation for us to build upon it going forward. So before we go for break, I would like to say that we have some health personnel out there. In case you need some assistance or first aid, you are welcome to see them because we know people are traveling from different places and they are here. So in case you need assistance, they are right there outside and they are happy to support you in any way. So please don't keep to yourself. And yeah, so that we can have a lovely conference. So at this point, I would like to pass over the mic to my co-MC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my beautiful co-MC. So after break, we are going to have two sections. So this is venue 1, and then venue 2 will be in the room downstairs. And so for venue 1, please, if you have the program, make sure you submit your PPT to, if you are in venue 1, you submit your PPT. If you are in venue 2, submit your PPT venue 2. Aside that, I wish you all the best, and please don't keep long. Right after eating, we come back.
Yes.
So after everything, we come back here to end it for the day. So I wish you all the best and enjoy your meal.
Yes. Thank you all. Have fun. Those online, you can also go for your lunch or dinner or get some coffee, or you can have some virtual coffee as well. And yeah, okay, please,
yes,
please feel free to pick up the bottle of water in front of you. It's for you, so please enjoy it. Yeah, please carry your water with you. And we also put the empty bottles in the designated bin for upcycling. Thank you. So our virtual friends, and please go for virtual coffee or whatever. Thank you.
Please, there is a paper exploring the integration of traditional symbols and gestures into emoji. If the authors are here, kindly see me. If the authors are here, kindly see me. Right. So, Fifi is not in. He says to be in tomorrow. Oh, right. Fifi is not in. So, but this one is here. These ones are also here. Felix Mensah, let's see you. Fifi is not here.
Raise your voice and shout. Come on.
Me only choice. I go narrow the things I don't know road. Every me mom, now in they move me, they lead me, they go. On God, mine is made up. Of course, no going back. Non-stop, on 240. Then she gone, oh damn it, road. I'm steady, revving, monte throttle. Got eyes on the prize. Babala, any call police, snatching from his hand. If I just know why we read, oh, me too. That's why I call you. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Don't turn it back.
I can never turn back. It's already too late. It won't make sense. Where am I going to? It's already too late. I've already come too far. It's already too late. We won the war. We spend the billions. We spend the billions. We spend for Jesus. We spend for Jesus. We shift the culture. We heal the sick. We heal the sick. We will raise the dead. We will raise the dead. Transform the nation. Transform the nation. We hear well done. We hear well done. We won the war. We won the war. We spend the billions. We spend the billions. We spend for Jesus. We spend for Jesus. We shift the culture. We heal the sick. We will raise the dead. Transform the nation. Till we hear well done. We hear well done. To follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. I have decided to follow Jesus. Don't turn it back. Don't turn it sound. Praise 'cause you reign. Praise 'cause you rose and defeated the grave. Praise 'cause you're faithful. Praise 'cause you're true. Praise 'cause there's nobody greater than you. Praise 'cause you're sovereign. Praise 'cause you reign. Praise 'cause you rose and defeated the grave. Praise 'cause you're faithful. Praise 'cause you're true. Praise 'cause there's nobody greater than you. Praise the Lord, oh my soul.
You're a good soldier, choosing your battle. Pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you fall, get up, oh, oh, and if you fall, get up, eh, Samina, mina, sangalewa, 'cause this is Africa. Samina, mina, waka, waka, Samina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa. Listen to your God, this is our motto. Your time to shine, don't wait in line, y vamos por todo. People are raising their expectations. Go on and feed them, this is your moment, no hesitation. Today's your day, I feel it. You pave the way, believe it. If you get down, get up, oh, oh. When you get down, get up, eh. Tamina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa. Tamina, mina, waka, waka, Tamina, mina, sangalewa, anawa, Tamina, mina, waka, waka, Tamina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa.
I'm well on my journey, biggie, biggie mama, one A to Z. My sister's all on my journey, biggie, biggie mama, from east to west. My tea, waka, waka, my waka, waka, my Singing since summer, Zimbabwe, 'cause this is Africa.
Samina, mina, anawa, samina, mina. Samina, mina, anawa,
Samina, mina, waka, waka, Samina, mina, sangalewa, anawa, Samina, mina, waka, waka, Samina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa. Tango, tango, Samina, mina, sangalewa, anawa, tango, tango, Samina, mina, sangalewa, anawa, this time for Africa. This time for Africa. We're all Africa. We're all together.
One, two, three, four.
Tikana mata, wari uyu, anotipa, makomborero, oh oh,
African mundo.
makomborero, oh oh,
Hopo, hopo.
makomborero.
One, two, three, four. Kama wandu, 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 darwana sikarangu. Bakashunini pisa, bakanyeketera. Ichapota nyeka yawe. Ichapota nyeka yawe. Katina mate maru.
Tikana mata, wari uyu, anotipa, makomborero, oh oh,
Omu African mundo.
makomborero, oh oh,
Hey, yeah, 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 yeah.
makomborero.
Katina mate maru.
Tikana mata,
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami
Ça fait rêver, ça fait vibrer, ça fait danser. Oh Africa, ça fait rêver, ça fait vibrer, ça fait danser. Oh Africa, Parigula Parajaya Visa de Sorona, Bakewalae, Yawala Malilela, La Guinée, le Gabon, Sénégal, le Bénin, Yaoundé, oh quel beau pays. Oh Africa, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh Africa, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh C'est sans façon, bosser beaucoup, manger beaucoup. Oh Africa, c'est ça son fort. Manger beaucoup, danser beaucoup. Oh Africa, Amérique ou la Banajanya Visa de Sorona. Bakewala Yewala Mandela Leve. Johannesburg, le Ghana, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Éthiopie, oh quel beau pays.
What's that Friday? Hey, Friday. Ah, Zapuru namhlanje. Hamba nobani? Ngizomthola. Wemadlami umqombothi lapho. Yazi mangifika ekhaya nje uthola umqombothi madoda.
Wemadlamini, uphumqombothi. Wemadlamini, uphumqombothi. Wemadlamini, uphumqombothi. Wemadlamini, uphumqombothi. Wemadlamini, uphumqombothi. Wemadlamini, uphumqombothi.
I work hard every day to make my create. Wake up early every morning to please my people with African prayer. I make sure the fire burns to make my prayer. My special prayer. It's African prayer. Everybody, come and drink my magic prayer. Everybody, come and drink my African prayer. I work hard to make them happy every weekend. Makes them party to the rhythm. Makes them dance this magic beer. I wanna make you happy. I wanna make you smile. I wanna make you dance. I make sure there's a party when they drink my special beer. Umqombothi is magic beer. Umqombothi is African beer. Everybody, come and drink my magic beer. Everybody, come and drink my African beer.
It's been a pleasure for you. Anytime, babe, anytime, babe, anytime.
What's that Friday? Hey, Friday.
Zaphuma namhlanje. Hamba nobani? Ngizongithola.
Wemadlamini uphi umqombothi lapho? Awu, yazi mangifika ekhaya ngiyothola umqombothi madoda.
Wemadlamini uphumqombothi wemadlamini uphumqombothi wemadlamini uphumqombothi wemadlamini uphumqombothi wemadlamini uphumqombothi wemadlamini uphumqombothi.
I work hard every day to make my create.
Hi.
Wake up early every morning to please my people without
It's Charity Opokwa Jumai. Is Charity around? Mr. Jeremy Ayike Jokpe. Is Mr. Jeremy around? Because some of the presenters, yes, said tomorrow, for which reason I don't know. So, we don't have that of Phyllis, her presentation. She said she sent it to you.
Felix.
Good afternoon, and you are welcome back from the afternoon break. For this session, if you don't take care, you end up sleeping because we are full. So I encourage that you, once a while, take a stroll so that you don't sleep. Okay. And we were originally supposed to have two sessions, one at venue 1, which is here, and then venue 2, the hall behind us. But most of the presenters, as I've been informed, have postponed the presentations to tomorrow. And so we still have about 5 presenters, so we are combining the two into one. And so the chair, we are going to have 2 people chairing this section. We have the first chairperson is Mr. Felix Yaudate, who is the president of PADI. And then we have Professor Ebenezer K. Howard. He's a co-chair for this section. And so we are going to start the presentation with Auntie Ajwa Jemfua. And please, you have 10 minutes to do your presentations. And if you can even finish a little bit earlier, we'll be very glad.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. We're going to look at Unreal Realities, a surrealist framework for contemporary design challenges. Over the years, we have realized that fashion designers do create designs on their own. But we have learned throughout our course that it is important that we also try to inculcate some philosophies from other sources to help us to create our own design. So we're going to look at the introduction to this, the research objectives, talk a little bit about literature. On that, we're going to look at the philosophical design and philosophical issues of the surrealist art movement, the facets of the surrealist art movement, conceptual framework, methodology, and conclusions. So, as I earlier on said, the contemporary fashion industry is navigating rapidly evolving landscape marked by significant challenges, including overconsumption, cultural homogenization, aesthetic fatigue, and ecological degradation. So these issues are no longer isolated. They intersect with broader global concerns such as environmental sustainability, identity politics, and ethical production. So sometimes fashion designers, in their pursuit of coming out with designs, they don't consider certain things. Certain things are done in isolation. But through this movement, we're going to see how best, as fashion designers, will not just create, but will take into consideration our environment and other things that we have to note. So due to time, I will not go through all of them, since my colleague presented something on surrealism, but I am taking it from a different angle. So it's also grounded in practice-based inquiry. The study culminates in the creation of 5 original design pieces that reflect a synthetics of
surrealist aesthetics, sustainable materials, and psychological storytelling, ultimately proposing a more poetic and purposeful approach to contemporary fashion. So these are the definition of terms or the key terms that will help us as we move on to understand them. My objective is to examine how surrealist philosophy can inform contemporary fashion design, then two, to explore how fashion can respond to sustainability, identity, and emotional expressions through surrealist-inspired designs. Then also to design garment collection using surrealist methods and co-conscious materials. So the surrealists, a little background about the surrealists, they believe in the unconscious mind, the dream like. So my first work that I did on this was talking about how people conceive their ideas through dreams. So when you go back and look at some of the works that were produced by people that belong to this sect, such as Elsa, El Salvador, and the rest, they were imaginative and exaggerated forms that they used in depicting their designs. So to an ordinary person, they might think that some of them are not real. How can you use, if you go back to some of the works that they produced, they had works like wearing hats, shoes like hats. That was something unheard of. How can you wear a shoe like a hat? My philosophy, or what I deduce from that, is those things are just something there for you to serve as a guide for you as a designer, so that you can also come out with your own unique designs. You don't have to necessarily copy from whatever that person has produced. So I came out with designs based on the facets. And with the facets, I looked at the identity, or identified the deconstruction and transformation, where the surrealist art often plays with mask, body morphing, and hybrid aesthetics to challenge the notion of self. So designers, as I said, like Mason, Comet de Garçon, blur the boundaries between human and object, questioning fashion's role in shaping identity. So sometimes by what we wear, we do tell people who we are. That is talking about the identity. If you want to talk about identity, some people have low self-esteem. They think that they are not recognized by people in their society. And therefore, I want to come out with something. I want to put on something that will draw attention to myself. And some of these things can be inculcated in our designs as fashion designers. So some of the facets also include the subvention of function and form, where conventional garments were reinterpreted with impractical, exaggerated, or fragmental structures. Examples included, as I said earlier, on shoes that were worn as hats. That was one of the works of Elsa. Dresses with hands wrapping the body, or melting silhouettes that defy gravity. So it can go on and on and on. So because of time, these are my conceptual framework that I looked at in coming out with my design, which I'm going to show very soon. So the surrealists believed in bizarre, they believed in magical realism, there was physique and automatism and dreamlike imagery. So some of the techniques that they mostly used in their work was fruitage, exquisite curves, levitation, and juxtaposition, as my colleague said earlier on. So in my work, the methodology that I used was to adapt a practice-based methodology where I created or came out with different sketches to help me to come out with the designs. So the designs that I created was first of all coming out with a mood board. I took pictures from Elsa. I realized that Elsa was a milliner, so these are some of the hats where I took my inspiration from. Then based on that, I came out with some designs, hand sketching. Initially, they looked awful, but through peer review and the rest, I decided to add some shading to it to bring it, to help it come out more. So for that design, the specifications I had was a quilted collar, a fascinator, illusion corset, structured wrap, quilted pencil skirt, and matching earrings. It is important for us to know that all the materials that were used are co-friendly material, that is silk, wool, recycled polyester, button. So this is my design too, still coming out from the mood board. The hat, which has been used to come out with these designs. So these are the specifications to those designs that were created. And my design 3 too, still working with the mood board. So you realize that there was an interplay of using pencil and the rest to come out with all these designs to make them natural. So how these created designs influence the surrealist art? There was just a position of elements. The created designs combines unidentical items. So I combined different items to come out with those designs. So for a lay person, when that person looks at it, it will be difficult for them to understand. But as I said, those designs were not just created for creating sake, but I created them to show identity, that was one, and also portray my creative skills in coming out with all these designs. So I've been signaled I can't move on and on. So in conclusion, I want to say that as fashion designers, when we are creating our designs, those art movements are there to help us to come out with our own designs. We are talking about designing in Africa, bridging cultures, inspiring innovation. So as Africans, going back to what I created, we can use some of our fabrics that we are produced in our country to come out with these designs that will help us. Thank you.
For your topic. I know fashion is a hot topic in the sense that, can you hear me? Right, thank you for your presentation. I know fashion is a hot topic in the sense that, all over the world, we are very much concerned about how much it's affecting, the environment. And then I hope that as we are, researching and going into that, we will look at how best we could make it sustainable. In fact, we're moving from being sustainable to earth-centered design. That was a theme for Kimberlos this year, which I would like to share with you. Earth-centered design. So whatever you are designing, think about the earth. You are coexisting with them, right? Think about it in such a way that you're not going to destroy the earth. I think we will take the second presentation as well before we take the questions. The second presenter is Felix Mensah, if she's around here. She's going to present on agri-fashion, integrating fashion education to enhance health, safety, and value chain innovation in agriculture.
Thank you very much. My name is Felix Mensah. My co-authors are Alison Owusu-Fojo, Abna Setresian, Samuel Owusu-Techi. And these are the presentation outline. The agricultural value chain provides a lot of benefits to Ghana. It is therefore important to keep its working space safe and healthy. One way is by innovating and integrating with agriculture and fashion education with focus on creating protective and culturally workplace where to support value chain properties. So extended exposure to environmental strategies are the use of hazardous equipment, chemicals, and lack of ergonomic designs. Protective clothing renders agricultural work is still physically taxing. Ghanaian smallholder farmers often wear improvised or second-hand clothing that is not tax-specific or climate-sensitive, putting them at risk for avoidable illnesses and accidents. That's according to Amakun et al. 2019. Moreover, although some researchers have looked at value chain development and agricultural safety dependently, few studies have looked at the interdisciplinary potential of fashion education as a tool for enhancing occupational safety and promoting economic opportunities along the agricultural value chain, especially in Ghana. So this study is expected to contribute to knowledge on agricultural workplace economics and value chain development and contribute towards attaining UN's Sustainable Development Goals. So these are the theories that the study adopted: social cognitive theory and sustainable livelihood framework. So as it is, as we can see from the screen, social cognitive theory looks at how designers observe, how they imitate, how they reinforce and shape behaviors, while sustainable frameworks looks at people's access to resources, capabilities, and then strategies. That is, according to this study, how these farmers' livelihood and their behavior could be modeled such that designs specific could be given to them. Processing technologies and problem-solving strategies that will lead to sustainable workwear within the agricultural value chain. So conceptually, the study is about fashion education inputs, adopting SCT, that is the social cognitive theory, chain actors in Ashanti region, accessible population specifically was fashion educators and designers, agricultural value chain actors in Ejoso municipality, Ashanti region. Sample size was 22, that is 5 fashion educators, designers, 5 agri-TVET educators, agriculture extension agents, and then 12 smallholder farmers. Sampling technique was purposive, convenient, non-probability, and then research tools used was interviews and observation. Data analysis was thematically analyzed, adopting Ationi 2018. So these, the study out of the analysis came out with 4 main themes. Under each 4 themes, we found 4 sub-themes. So the first theme was knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer, linking how these respondents behave as far as their knowledge to these protective clothing is concerned. So fashion education presents a window for exposing value chain actors to varied perspective on workwear sustainability. So looking at exposure to protective clothing, what were some of the findings? Respondents exhibited limited awareness on the use of protective design for agricultural work. So one of them said, I've never worn anything special for sun or chemicals. We just use what we have. That is, the lack of awareness aligns with findings by Currency 2024, who emphasize the need for education in promoting knowledge. And it goes on and on. The second sub-theme was educational influence on fashion choices. As it is, as we can see, some of us, one respondent says, some of us know about overalls, but not the ones that protect from heat or strain. So as it is, formal fashion education has been shown to significantly enhance business performance among small-scale fashion designers in Ghana, suggesting that similar educational initiative could benefit agriculture workers. That is APPEA 2023. And then the last basic theme under knowledge transfer that we looked at was cultural knowledge application. And some of the respondents said, we wear what our mothers wear, but it's not always comfortable for farm work. This observation aligns with potential for blending cultural aesthetics with functional design to improve workwear sustainability. The next theme that we looked at was perspective change. Under that, 3 main sub-themes were looked at. And because of time, I will just summarize it with the last sub-theme, that is evolving viewers on fashion roles. And evolving views on fashion roles, these were some of the findings. Participants did not associate fashion with cultural work. The concept of integrating aesthetic appeal with functional farm wear was unfamiliar. Fashion is for the city people. That is what one of the respondents said. Fashion is for the city people, not for us in the farm. This sentiment indicates a disconnect between fashion innovation and rural agriculture practices. So I will just skim down to the last theme because of time, social economic effect. So as it is, I will just go down to look at the value perception of workwear. So this is one of the respondents. Sewing is just for the home, not for business. That is when we were trying to let the respondents know how beneficial they could as well use some of these used clothing to put together to be able to get farm wear. So in conclusion, integrating agriculture and fashion education promotes sustainable material use. Empowering communities enhances value chain. Bridging knowledge gap fosters participatory, and then scale impact supports micro businesses. Future directions align with national policies, expand fashion education to include sustainability. So this study recommends that we explore diverse regions, cultural traditions, and then farming systems. And then lastly, the vision that we envision is that safety and innovations as forces for equitable rural development. And these are some of the suggestions for further studies, our references. Thank you.
Two.
Right, thank you. I think we're going to take questions for first two. So if you have any questions for Ajua, then Phyllis, please. Yeah, Phyllis.
Hi.
Any questions for Ajua or Felix?
Okay, that was very impressive. When you were presenting, you mentioned that the design has to do with breaking cultures, okay? You are bringing innovation and all of those things in the design. We saw your sketches, they were nice, But like the first one that we saw, there are things that cannot be worn on daily basis, okay? Not that anybody coming to this meeting, for instance, can put on. So my question is, does it have to do with avant-garde? In that case, the fashion-related those words, does it have to do with it? Because the design that you are coming out with, the first one we saw, all of the design cannot be worn to maybe church service, for instance, classes or lectures or anything like that. They look quite different. And I'm asking this question because you said breaking cultures, breaking. So that is suggesting that that's something out of the normal, out of norm. So that's my question. Does it have any relation with avant-garde in fashion?
But as I said, those things are just, those movements are where we can take our inspiration from. So if I'm to come out with that garment, I'm going to make most of them detachable so that I can wear it any time. If I want to wear it for lectures, because if I can remember some of the designs, some of the frills and all those things can be removed from there. When I say detachable, I'm going to either attach any fastening that can make it very easy for me to remove them. So when you do that, it will serve a multifunctional purpose. So it can be worn at any point in time, depending on where you want to take it to.
Any more questions for Ajua?
So, Ajua.
Or Phyllis?
Hi. Okay, so
Prof,
he was actually calling someone. So
Prof wanted a question.
Ajua, you talked about surrealism. What philosophy underpins their design concept?
Telling someone that if someone should even give you a fabric to sew for him or her, in trying to please that person whilst you're even sleeping, you may be thinking about it. How do I come out with this design to make sure that it suits the taste or the preference of the person that I'm going to sew for? So they believe that so many things happen when you sleep. So in your dreams, you come out with certain things that people may see them as unreal.
So your design was based on mermaid.
Please come again.
Your design, the source that you presented, shows some kind of mermaid.
Yes, please.
And so what is the connection?
The connection. Looking at how they were breaking, I was looking at how maybe those folds in the garment could help flatter a figure, assuming looking at the person's figure, not my type, but the slim person that can add body or something to that person to make it more, what should I say, colorful.
Okay, so you need to do more rigorous assessment because the design, and if you want to present this at any journal, they will look at the basics that make it the scholarship of it. Now, looking at your conceptual framework, I don't see it as one. It's like, you've done well, the designs look good, it's artistically fine, but then when we want to make it, scholarly material, then we need to do more, much more rigorous assessment to be able to, present the designs that could pass for any high quality journal. All right, so you need to look at that, right? Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Ajua or Felix?
For Felix, you mentioned you are looking at farm wear. That's the focus. And you want us to dress to kill on the farm.
No. So the focus is on education, how we'll be able to educate our farmers as far as protective clothing is concerned, what they wear, right, in terms of climate conditions, the tools that they use. So the focus is not on dressing as such, but education.
Okay. So the protective clothing you're talking about is more functional. You're looking at more functionality,
Yes.
than aesthetics.
Exactly.
But if you look at your framework, you're still pushing the agenda of aesthetics.
Yes, so that is where the link of culture comes in. So it's possible somebody might go for preferences as to color as well. So they don't just choose functionality, but aesthetic is just a bit of it inside the functionality.
Will you agree with Steve Jobs, who says that design is not just how it looks, but how it works?
Yes,
In
exactly.
this context, how do you place it?
So in this context, for example, as you saw in the findings, one of them said that he doesn't know if he wears to protect himself from the sun and then the climate condition. So just like you said, design is not just wearing something as such, but something that will be able to protect you as well. So I agree with him.
Right, so finally, my observation with your qualitative presentation, lacking any graphics. You presented it like, because this, we're expecting some kind of observation, findings that with pictures and all that to confirm your findings. I think it would have been very good in that direction. So
Yes, please. Well
going forward,
noted.
look at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senior.
Thank you.
Prof, do you have a question for them?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Right. The
And
next
so-
person.
Yeah, so please, Mr. Ebenezer Kwesi Amakwando, if you are here, kindly let me see you. Okay, all right. So, please. Okay.
Right. Our next presenter is Jeremy Yavenyo. Sorry if I didn't get his name right. Okay. He's going to present on semiotic and morphological analysis of ever aphoristic symbols. Sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Elom Kwame Jokpa Yevenyo. I'm presenting on semiotics and morphological analysis of aphoristic symbols of the Ewe people and Agotime Ekpatoi, implications for contemporary visual design practice and inclusivity. This study investigates the semiotic and morphological characteristics of Ewe aphoristic symbols in Agotime Ekpatoi, Ghana, examining their potential integration into contemporary visual communication design practices. The study was done through qualitative methodology, employing semiotic analysis and design thinking workshop. This research identified 50+ aphoristic symbols that function as multi-layered sign systems, encoding cultural wisdom, moral education, and identity construction. Findings reveal how these symbols can enrich global design by introducing culturally authentic elements while promoting inclusivity. The study contributes to decolonizing design discourse by providing practical framework for incorporating indigenous knowledge system into contemporary creative process, establishing Ewe aphoristic symbols as significant resources for developing a more diverse and representative global design landscape. So when you look at this image, this is traditionally how the symbols exist or how the indigenous people store their symbols throughout their migration. History tells us that the Ewe people migrated from Oyo State, and then they moved through Benin, Togo, and then finally settled in Ghana. And then as they moved, some remained, So we have some of them in Nigeria, some in Benin, some in Togo, and some in Ghana as well. And one thing is common with them with their weaving. And then the weaving, they encoded their symbols, which are their white saying, into symbols, which they kept in the design, in the cloth that they had woven. So these are examples of it. So this is an image of the paramount chief of Agotimo traditional area when the study was conducted. So if you have a closer look, you see that these symbols, the regalia, that is the cloth he's wearing, has the visual symbols in it, multiple visual symbols in it. And these ones are not embroidered, but they are rather woven, so they form part of the cloth during the weaving process. So looking at the framework, we use the Pierce semiotic theory of sign. That is the object, representamen, and then the interpretant. And visual symbolism in the African context has always been there. It's not new to African culture. African culture is connected to visual symbols. So we have what is very popular in Ghana, and in our national symbolism, that is the Adinkra symbols. But the ever-aphoristic symbol has not been extended in our design discourse, in our contemporary design. So that is one of the areas of my interests. And then I also want to look at including that in the design discourse as well. So that is how come we are talking about this today in this conference. The methodology is qualitative, using the case study, and the non-probability snowball sampling. And I use thematic analysis to examine the information I received or I got from the study. And I use the design thinking, that's the Scamper technique, to create the logos that I made out of the designs that I got. So when you move to the next slide, this one contains the over 50 symbols that I got from the cloth, which is the more or less the primary source of information for the existing symbols, which are culturally documented. So when you look at this, engaging it with the semiotic triad system, the symbol here is the Fiazikwi, which is the chief's tool. So the objects, this is the physical reference that you get when you see it. And then what it represents, it's the authority of the traditional leader, which is there. And then the interpretant talks about the people who understand this are those who belong to the society or who understand the language. So more or less, this is conventional knowledge to those who are within the Agwetime traditional area, and it extends to other weaving centers among the Ewe people. So looking at the contemporary design application, the first one is the symbol Dan, which is interpreted in English as snake. So when you look at this, using the Scamper technique, the initial one is the first one on my extreme left. So the stages that it goes through, taking aspects of it away and then manipulating them and making sure that in the end it has morphed into a symbol which represents the ideas that I'm talking about from semiotics and then morphology. The second is Bo. Bo in Ewe talks about fence. And when you interpret it, that's fence. So it talks about security, or that's the connotation, the traditional connotation of Bo symbol. So this has also been morphed into a logo for comfort security. That is also presenting the idea of providing security for people in this contemporary era, but using the indigenous design system. And then the third one has to do with the Fiai, that is the royal sword, which is a symbol of the leader who also gives authority in the society. And then it has also been morphed to become a symbol of leadership training for young people in the contemporary society. And then the fourth one talks about Asi, that is the hand. And then this symbol has been adapted to promote cultural diversity and inclusivity. So we realize that in the traditional system, the hand has a meaning that even though the hand has 5 fingers, but they are all not equal. So everyone must be included in the society and everyone must be considered for. So that influence this design adaptation to arrive as the Center for Cultural Diversity symbol. So the discussions also says that the design inclusivity implication, the integration of the ever aphoristic symbol into contemporary design offers several benefits. The first one is cultural authenticity. This preserves the indigenous knowledge while enabling contemporary relevance. The second one talks about global diversity, which allows us to expand the design lexicon beyond the Western-dominated paradigms that we know and we always adapt. We can also come back and pick what we have and then expand it. The third one talks about meaningful communication. This provides depth of meaning and often absent in the conventional design approaches that has been in existence for a very long time, and community engagement. This strengthens cultural identity and the pride among the Ewe communities, both in Ghana, Togo, Benin, and then Nigeria as well. The challenges and opportunities. Cultural sensitivity. Successful integration requires careful attention to cultural context and meaning preservation. Collaborating with cultural custodians ensure respectful adaptation while maintaining symbolic integrity. Educational implication also makes us understand that incorporating the Ewe symbols into design education curriculum could expand designers' cultural literacy and promote inclusive design practices. So one of the things that I'm very happy about with the new curriculum design in Ghana for creative art and design, the basic years, is that it allows room for learners to study about their culture. And then what has been mainly advanced is the Edinkra symbols, but this curriculum talks about the Gansamia symbols, and then it's giving room for teachers to lead learners to study the Ewe symbols and extend it into the African communities as well, like the Nigeria have there in CBD. The digital implications also makes us understand that contemporary digital platform offers new possibilities for the symbols to be disseminated and also help us in the cultural preservation, even though we must take care to make sure that we maintain the cultural authenticity. One of the reasons why this is important is that when you look at the idea of kente weaving, now the Chinese have adopted a different way of weaving it and making it even appealing than our traditional style. And people are just buying it without looking at the effect on the culture of the people and how the local people will survive in the near future. Conclusion. This research demonstrates that ever aphoristic symbols represent a valuable resource for contemporary visual communication design, offering opportunities to enhance cultural representation and design inclusivity. The successful adaptation of traditional symbols for modern application shows the potential for bridging indigenous knowledge system with contemporary design practice. The study contributes to the decolonizing design discourse by providing practical framework for incorporating African visual traditions into global creative process. Future research should explore comparative study of African symbolic systems and investigate digital applications for cultural preservation and dissemination. Conclusion. By recognizing and integrating diverse cultural symbols into design practice, the creative community can develop more inclusive, meaningful, and globally representative visual communication that honors traditional knowledge while serving contemporary needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so thank you very much. Can we have the next presenter? Let's have the next presenter, then we'll discuss and ask questions. Your name is Jeremiah, okay. Right, so 10 minutes, quick one. Start now.
Good evening, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I'm Ebenezer Amakwando, and I have with me my co-authors, Prof. Francis Echen Emisa, Bernard, John Defo, then Asari Bediako. We are here to share some of our research findings on the topic assessing resource allocation disparities in visual arts education compared to other programs. That is, we are focusing on classroom and laboratory facilities in 4 senior high schools in Cape Coast, Ghana. Now, on our outline of presentation, we will start with the introduction, the research problem, objectives, methodology, discussion of the findings, interpretations and implications, conclusions and recommendations, and referencing. Now, with the introduction, we all know the impact of education, that is, empower individuals. So, education increase people productivity and efficacy and creative skills labor. That can drive economic development. That is according to Opoku Asari and Siao 2015. The word art itself, as defined by Ismaila and Ishan 2018, stated that it's a result of human creative activity in which materials are chosen and shaped to express a concept, feeling, or visual appealing form, particularly in the domain of what? Graphic design or visual arts. Then when we take visual arts, it has become what? A significant part of our school curriculum worldwide. And it's generally considered the foundation of creative industry that is transforming people's life. Now we move to, in terms of our Ghanaian derivation, that is the visual arts. In terms of the historical contents, the Ghanaian school adopted the visual art to supplement the curriculum with the practical aspects. When we move to the senior high school, the visual art component, it comprises the general knowledge in art, and we have other electives, that is ceramics, painting, sculpture, and the rest. Now, with the reforms, since 2019, there has been reforms by the Ministry of Education. That would have what? They have transformed Ministry of Education to the NACA, that is National Curriculum for Assessment and National Council for Curriculum and Assessment. Now, the aim is to enhance education quality. They are shifting from rote memorization to critical thinking and practical skills development. Okay. Now, in terms of the changes, these changes introduce new learning areas. That is the new curriculum. It's now we have what the Art and Design Foundation, formerly the GKA, and also the Art and Design Studio, covering the practical aspect. Now, even though there is these reforms, there is still constant lack of what these resources needed for students to really produce good works. Now, since the introduction, numerous scholars or authors have done research in these domains, right? You can see from, we have Enchibuedu, 2002, Ivan Solomon Opoku Asari, 2011, Brako Hiapa, Opoku 2011, Opoku Asari Siao 2015, Ismaila and Eshen 2018, and Edu 2018. Now, when we touch on a few of the topics that are available, Ivan Solomon and Opoku Asari, they examine girls' motivation for the subject preference on senior high school visual art programs in the central region. When we pick Ismaila and Asian, they also focus on senior high school attitudes towards the visual art education in Ghanaian secondary schools, whereas Entry and Buedi 2002 evaluated the final year senior high school visual arts practical works of students in selected schools in the Ashanti region. Now, although there have been numerous research, there appear to be little research on how resources are allocated among visual art programs in these schools, right? So our core main objective here is to address the unequal treatment of visual art students in terms of resource allocation within Ghanaian contents. And also, while other disciplines, they have well-equipped classrooms and laboratories, visual arts students find themselves in what? Cyber learning environment. So our objective, first objective, to assess the availability and quality of classroom facilities for visual arts compared to other academic disciplines in selected Ghanaian secondary schools. And also we evaluated the accessibility and quality of laboratory resources for visual arts students in comparison to those of what? Other programs. And also we investigate the perception of students and teachers regarding resource allocation for visual arts and other programs. Right now, on moving to the methodology, we adopted the quantitative research design where we use the cross-sectional survey. We know this survey is perfect for static description, and we can use to give a good account. Now we use this approach to assess the differences in resource allocation among visual arts and other academic disciplines in selected Ghanaian secondary schools. And in terms of our community, it was based on Cape Coast, the central region of Ghana, the selection of schools. There we have 11 schools that are offering visual arts, and with these, using purposive sampling, we selected 4 schools, and for confidentiality, we label these schools: school red, school green, school gold, school black. That is named after the Ghanaian flag. Now, in terms of the total number of participants, we're determined based on proportional stratified sampling to ensure fair representation from each of these schools. Now, in total, 240 participants were involved, comprising 116 visual art students, 5 visual art teachers, 11 students, that is other disciplines, and also 5 teachers from other academic disciplines. Now, the data collected, we use structured questionnaires, right, to assess the variability in classroom conditions, laboratory facilities, and studios. These are the main areas. And of course, it was piloted to a non-participant school. The data collection was in 3 weeks duration. And we used SPSS, and also it was analyzed using frequencies and percentages. Now, the findings or data gathered indicate, as already stated, that is the demography aspect. We know the total, right? Let's focus on classroom quality of classroom facilities compared to other programs. Now, the question was a multiple choice question. So in terms of rating, we have better, equal, and worse. You could see that 22%, the frequency 23, that is said it was better. 43 said it was equal, and also 155 said it was worse. Same implies when you go to accessibility of designation, that is assessing of designation classroom if they have laboratory facilities. 9 said they have, and 212 people also said they don't have. Now, in terms of the adequacy of the laboratory also, it was very inadequate, right? Looking at the data gathered there, it was very inadequate. And also, when you look at perceived resource allocation compared to other programs, you could see that visual arts was much more worse. Same implies when you check at this one is, I believe that administration value visual arts. That's table 5. The data gathered there, it shows that 125 people, they indicate that the visual, they don't value visual arts. Now, on our findings, that is interpretations and implications of our findings, it shows a significant variance in infrastructure and resource between programs, and also there are poor facilities. That is, when you check visual, they have poor facilities, and there are biases among them. So there is urgent need. These findings highlight the need for urgent action from the GES and school authorities, right? So in conclusion, the study concludes that the inadequate resource allocated adversely affects school motivation, performance. Let me go straight to the recommendation. Now, with our recommendation, there should be targeted policy interventions and increased investment in visual arts. we should promote equality and improve quality outcomes in creative.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
And
you.
also provision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Ebenezer, thank you very much. I think if you give you time, you talk and talk and talk. And please, let's, if you have any question or contribution, quick one.
Question, please.
Any question or contribution?
I have one, but...
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead with it.
Okay, so you mentioned that you have about 11 schools in the offering visual arts in your area of study, and you choose 4 out of 11. But from what you have done, you've done a simple descriptive statistics. So, and per your conclusions, you are trying to imply that this findings applies to, all of them.
So the question is whether you can make generalization with this study to cover the region.
Yes, it can.
To some extent.
It can be, but to further establish, research can also be further be done to really confirm if it is possible, it can be applied everywhere.
Okay, that's fine. Any other? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, good to know about your research. I wasn't going to ask any question, but he was looking at me. So let me go. Why did you decide to do quantitative instead of qualitative or mix? Why did you decide to do quantitative for this research?
Now, was your study quantitative or qualitative?
It's quantitative.
Quantitative.
It was quantitative design using cross-sectional design.
Wow.
Cross-sectional design. Okay.
This study is, in terms of quantitative, it's good for analyzing statistics. You get it? Because I find you want to interpret it using frequencies and percentages. So I believe using quantitative was the best approach.
Best?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that mix or even qualitative will have been better. The point here is that you are just giving us figures now, but what actually influenced that figure is not known now. You went out to research to know why visual arts departments also are disadvantaged in terms of allocating resources, is that not it?
Yeah.
Now you have come out with numbers, and we don't know why these things are happening. So if you have gone qualitative, you will have been looking for interpretation, why this is this, okay? So I think you have to reconsider this decision. Your work is still on progress, is that not it?
Yeah.
Think about that. Besides that,
Thank you.
You mentioned statistical package for social sciences, the SPSS. And now your data, when I was looking at it, basic percentage is what you have put in front of us and talking about. This thing can be done without that package, SPSS. Do you know that? So if you're actually using the SPSS to analyze it, let's know that you are good at what you are doing. We didn't hear any regression. We didn't hear any standard deviation, nothing. You are just talking to us about percentage, which is too basic. It's too elementary to me. As a matter of fact, we want your work to be a little well polished for
I think it's well
publication.
noted. I think he's taking note of that. It's
Publications and things like
part
that.
of, thank you very much. It's part of your, an ongoing study. And I think you have to take what he has suggested.
very important.
Very important because you need to do rigorous analysis if you are actually doing quantitative. Regression, let's see more of the values that might support your findings. I think mixed method would have been better so that you can confirm the data you have collected now. Any other? Any other? Okay, so I think most of the points on yours have been said. Let's look at the semiotics. What informed that the use of semiotics for your study?
What informs the use of semiotics? So when you study visual systems, it helps you to best explain it. And when you look at semiotics, you have 3 areas of it. You have the first one being the icon, the index, and then you have the symbol.
Who says so?
The study of semiotics.
By who?
So I looked at Pierce Sanders, but Swasera also has his studies, which is the.
Are you citing directly from PS, or you saw another
Oh,
document?
no, I'm citing from Pierce.
From.
But yes, I'm citing from Pierce.
But whose literature? Whose literature? Whose data?
Whose literature? Pierce's literature is what I work with.
You saw it direct?
Yes, that. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
That was strongly. What etymology of the word semiotic?
The etymology of semiotics, the study of signs and symbols.
Etymology.
Etymology. And
okay, so go back to your books, because that is what is grounding your study. So you should know much about it. Do you get it? Now there were symbols.
Yes, please.
What you presented, are they existing symbols or something that you generated yourself?
No, they are existing symbols.
They exist.
They are the indigenous ones, which I have used to create the logos I presented in the findings.
Okay, so what informed? So who asked you to do the logos?
So that is part of the study I was doing. That is my work I was doing too.
Who is complaining?
Who is complaining?
Has anybody
As we
complained?
had in our earlier presentations, we have been looking at design for social innovation and then looking at inclusivity as well to make African culture relevant and then useful for ourselves. If we don't look at it in that context, a time will come when we will not even know about ourselves anymore. And other people will be telling us about ourselves and who we are not, and deceiving the generation that is yet to come.
So talking about inclusivity, what drives it in your study? What drives inclusivity, inclusive design?
What drives inclusive design? The idea is that design has been looked at from the colonial perspective. So when you look at the symbols and a lot of work that have been done, even for our nation, you realize that it is always centered towards the colonial perspective. When I studied the work of the coat of arms, and then the work that was presented by Amon Kote even was influenced by the colonial government. So it's not more about who we are, but it's more about what they are imposing on us. So that does not.
So that's why we want to
inclusivity.
decolonize.
Yes, please.
All right. So look at those things there. I think I've not seen the complete study, but then I think there's some uniqueness in there. But then we need to still do more to make sure that what we present has the quality that we're looking for. Thank you very much. I think let's give them a round of applause. Do we have more presenters? Oh, we are done. They didn't come. Why? They are afraid of this podium.
No, actually, some are traveling.
Some are traveling, so they'll be here tomorrow. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, so, All right, so I think that we've had a wonderful session today. Don't you think so? So let's a round of applause for the day. We've had a very productive session. And today we've seen presentations from all over the world, from the east, west, south, and Ghana, from different departments, from clothing to symbol design to dance. And we've also had a lot of philosophical presentations, and it's been so wonderful. I believe when we go back, we can reflect on all these things and then develop our design projects going forward. And most importantly, to change our communities through design and also design for a better world. So on that note, we would like to say that we want to give special thanks to all our supporters and partners, Cumulus Association, Desis, Design Ghana, Pegasus Design, right? Slick Prints, right? So we thank them all for their support and all our leaders for the day. Prof. Pia, do you want to, or you're just, okay. So we would like to call on Prof. Howard. We started with a prayer. So we want to gladly, okay, you have, okay, I'm doing the British closing.
Please, the typical African who pray, but let's get this in. Like the MCC. I think we need to applaud them. Let's give it to them. Very well, very well, very well. We want to also commend the local organizing committee, chaired by Prof. Ishen. Are the members here? The local, let me see by hand. Those local organizing committee, please up, stand up. Oh, stand! Don't just wave. I know some are outside. Of course, those behind me are part of them. They've done a very good work. It's an exciting beginning. Tomorrow, we are going to have 2 exciting presentations. One from our own Constance Wanika, who happened to be a luminous. I think she did sculpture, but now it's moving to design. Of course, sculpture is design. Sometimes we find it difficult, but tomorrow when it comes, we will get to know, and then we'll be taking another presentation from another African designer, Prof. Mugendi. We were told, this is pre-registered conference. So what it means is that we expect people to register, and then based upon that, we'll do the necessary logistics and preparations for you to come. It's unfortunate that some come today, even though they've registered, but we've accepted you. We want to see how best we can manage the situation. We are trying, for those who participated, they paid certain amount, limited. Of course, I have students who, I know they are not students, but they said they are students. They've also paid. It is important that at least you go with a souvenir from the conference. Apart from the certificate of participation and the certificate of delegates that we are going to give, we want you to see, at least you have a package. So we are planning to see tomorrow, you either get a T-shirt or you get a bag for those who didn't get the tote bag. So tomorrow, I've asked the organizing committee, let's work on that one so that tomorrow, by the close of the day, those who have the T-shirts or who didn't get will have, and those who had but didn't get the bags will try and get them. We want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you being here. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting. At the end of the day, we issue a communique. We are grateful that the president of Pan-African Design Institute, some of them, yes, the bags are in, but the T-shirts are not in. So we know we handle them very well. And so tomorrow, we'll do a little bit of insight into activities of Pan-African Design Institute. And then for those who also want to register with Design Ghana, somebody said, but I normally can't design. I think by this conference, you should know that it's not Com Design. It's design in general. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening. Let's start tomorrow early, 8:30. We are here 9, because the first keynote speaker will say that he wants to do it on time for us. Thank you.
So, thank you, Prof. Apia. Prof. Howard, please.
Shall we pray? What a privilege we have in you, Father, for bringing us to this perfect end. We ask you to grant us knowledge, wisdom, understanding from the beginning. And we've seen this insightful presentations, articulation, and new knowledge that come from you alone, Lord. We bless you. We thank you for giving us the opportunity to gather. Tomorrow we are gathering again, Lord. We ask you your favor, direction, so that we'll be able to present to the glory of your name. We are moving to our various destinations. We ask that, oh God, you guide us, you take us home, bring us back home here tomorrow, so that we shall give you glory for answered prayer. We thank you in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Yes, a quick announcement. Please, those who have the T-shirts can wear it tomorrow. So just like I'm looking. Yes, so you wear it when coming. So we expect that we'll wear it. If you don't have it, when you come, and if you have Design Ghana, you can wear that. And then if you have paid as a delegate or as a participant and you don't have, when you come, like Prof said, we shall sort you out. Okay. Thank you, and have a good evening.
I'll make sure the fire burns to make my prayer, my special prayer. It's African prayer. Everybody, come and drink my magic prayer. Everybody, come and drink my African prayer. I work hard to make them happy every weekend. Make them party to the rhythm. Make them dance this magic prayer. I wanna make you happy. I wanna make you smile. I wanna make you dance. I'll make sure there's a party when they drink my special prayer. Party is magic prayer. Party is African prayer. Everybody, come and drink my magic prayer. Everybody, come and drink my African prayer. Everybody, come and drink my magic prayer. Let's bring it together.
It's raining in the city. I've got nowhere to go. I have no one to talk to except the voice on the radio. I picture him in my mind. Easy, handsome, and kind. If he looks the way he sounds, it'll turn my heart upside down. I'm in love, love, love. Yes, I'm in love with a DJ. I'm in love, love, love. Yes, I'm in love with a DJ. Yes, I'm in love. Oh, yes, I am.
This is your rainbow station, KMOD FM 95 out of Wichita, Kansas. Weatherman says it's gonna be coming down all night. I hope you're warm and tight, honey. If you're feeling alone, baby, just get on the phone and talk to me. Just get on the phone, honey.
He makes me feel so special and so close to me. You know, he cheers me up. He makes me smile. He makes my life worthwhile. Should I send a dedication and tell him how I feel? He spreads a lot of happiness. He's the man of my dreams. I'm in love, love, love. Yes, I'm in love with a DJ. I'm in love.
ਛੇਤੀ ਕਰ ਲਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਉਰੇ ਆ ਚੱਲ ਬਾਜਾ ਹੁਣ ਪੂਰਾ ਫੜਾ ਆ ਫੜ
ਓਏ ਕੁੜੀ ਦੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿਉਂਦੀ ਰਹਤੀ ਹੈ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਹਾਕਮਾ
ਸੁਲਤਾਨ ਭਾਈ ਆ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਗਏ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਡੇ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ
ਅੱਡਾ ਹੀ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਓਏ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਆਪਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਨਾਲੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਰਾ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਰੋਟੀ ਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਨਾਲੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਜਿੰਦ ਕਰੇ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਦੱਸੋ
ਭੁੱਖ ਲੱਗੀ ਆ ਯਾਰ ਆਏ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਰੋਟੀ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਆਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਆ
ਓਏ ਕਾਹਨੂੰ ਖੇਚਲ ਦੇਣਾ ਕਰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਚੰਗਾ ਹੱਥ ਵੱਜਿਆ ਬਾਈ
ਪਰ ਇਹ ਆਖਰੀ ਸੀ
ਆਖਰੀ ਇਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਬਾਈ
ਠੀਕ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਾਇਆ ਇਕੱਠੀ ਕਰ ਹੁਣ ਸਬਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੀ ਦਿਨੋਂ ਦਿਨ ਚਕੰਨੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜੇਲ੍ਹਾਂ 'ਚ ਨੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਮਰ ਕੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲਾਪਤਾ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਚੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗਵਾਉਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ
ਬਾਤ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੀ ਹੋ ਜੂੰ ਭਾਈ ਆ ਮਰ ਜਾਣਗੇ
ਐ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਛੱਡਦੀ ਹੈ ਇੰਨੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਹੈ ਛੱਡਣੀ ਸੌਖੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਤੇ
ਉਹ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਨੇ ਆ ਡਾਕੇ ਬੰਦ ਬਾਈ ਕਿੱਡੀ ਕੁ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਤਸਕਰੀ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਰਹੂ
ਡਾਕੇ ਵੀ ਬੰਦ ਤਸਕਰੀ ਵੀ ਬੰਦ
ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਧ ਬਣ ਜੀਏ
ਬਣਨਾ ਪਊ
ਤੇ ਜੇ ਨਾ ਬਣੀਏ ਫਿਰ
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਅਸੂਲ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਸੁਲਤਾਨ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਚੋਂ ਕਹਿਤਾ ਪੱਥਰ ਤੇ ਲਕੀਰ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਮਾਰੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਰੋਟੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਆਜਾ ਜਿੰਦ ਕੋਰੇ ਆਜਾ ਜਾ ਬੈਠੋ ਬਈ ਰੋਟੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਆਜੋ ਆਜੋ
के नहीं शिकार करके टेट पड़ता है सुल्तानिया
मर्द कहते कैरा वागो वार नहीं करते हकमा मैं तेरे वार करके नहीं तेरे तो क्या के
Is Google is set? Are you lost?
Going on?
They're dead.
Slow down.
Give me a gun.
Here.
Give me a gun.
Relax.
We don't have enough.
It's one guy.
He's
It's
killing
one
everyone.
Ако искаш да ме видиш, следващия път просто почукай. Или звънни. Пиши имейл, прати SMS. English, perhaps? Whatever language you speak, perhaps you understand this, sometimes loyalties change. Whatever they're paying you, it's not as much as that. I suggest you take it. You understand? In order to...
Done.
Any problems?
No, the headless member of Bulgarian men with guns were a bit of a pain in the ass.
I can only apologize for being the cause of any pain to such sensational art.
Damien, you know what I do for a living, and yet every time we speak, you never fail
It's
to...
a compliment.
Your Honor. Let me call you back, Damien. The fuck are you looking at? Which one of you fuckers did that? It was you, wasn't it? With the moles. No. It was you. Because I've got a pair of eyes, fuckface. And when I asked who did it, he looked straight at you. So either he fancies you, or he was looking at you because you are the prick that kicked that into the back of my head. Pass me that ball. Go play in the sea.
Excuse me, sorry.
You made it. You Edward Green?
Uh-huh.
You're just in time. We're about to close the doors. Passport and boarding pass? Sir?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Now I'm here.
Sir, the gate's closing.
Right. Yes, yeah, I know. Come on, Edward. I know this probably seems a little bit mental to you. It's silly, isn't it? I'm aware that this is silly.
I'm going to close the gate now.
Oh, fuck it. Here you go. Passport's not expired, has it?
piato na me faz. Andaxi. Vale me sto piato na me faz. Andaxi.
I'm running late.
Stilitisa, you can see the queue, yes?
Yes, I also see you hilariously pretending that your ears are two large pork chops while I have somewhere else to be.
Αυτή έχει κάπου να πάει. Μάλλον θα τις έχουν τελειώσει ταινίες εκεί στο μοναχικό της πύργο.
Andrea. Anisun toso astio soso. Yeah, honvas. Might be worth you opening your mouth. Oh yeah, put in a special order for that steak, the Wagyu one.
I remember. I have it. You are such a ray of sunshine, Stilitisa.
Don't call me that, Luca.
See you at the wedding tomorrow. Or not.
Hi.
Hi.
You look pale.
Oh, the boat ride was rough. Can I just, I feel a bit queasy. Need to sit down.
Deep breaths. You'll be fine. Oh, floating fucking white goods are here. Someone should tell them Mykonos is that way.
Always so quick to judge.
When did you become defender of the 0.1%? All right, no need for that. You're not 10.
Smoking causes cancer. Smoking kills. புகைப்பிடித்தல் புற்றுநோயை. Smoking causes cancer. Smoking kills. Alcohol is don't drink it.
அப்படி ஒரு ஆட்ல என் போட்டோ வரும் நான் கொஞ்சம் கூட நினைக்கல மேடம். என் பெர்மிஷன் கூட கேட்கல. ஹலோ ஹலோ அப்படி ஒரு ஆட்ல என் போட்டோ வரும் நான் கொஞ்சம் கூட நினைக்கல மேடம். என் பெர்மிஷன் கூட கேட்கல. ஹலோ ஹலோ
வெண்ணிலா கிளம்பிட்டாங்க.
பார்த்துட்டு சார்.
ஸ்ருதி,
Sir.
உங்க பட்டன் ஸ்பை கேமராவை ஆன் பண்ணுங்க.
Okay, sir.
ரொம்ப கேர்ஃபுல்லாக வாட்ச் பண்ணுங்கள். நாம் எப்படி அவளை ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறோமோ கில்லரும் எவ்ரி செகண்ட் அவளை ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறான். அவள் உயிர் நம்ம கையில்.
விட இன்ஸ்டால தான் நிறைய லைக்ஸ் வந்திருக்கு.
உங்கள் ஃபேமிலியில் யாரும் பார்த்துட்டாங்கன்னா
அவ்வளோதான்.
ரம்யா, அப்படியே வீடு வரைக்கும் கூட வந்து ட்ராப் பண்ணிடுவா.
அப்படியே போயிட வேண்டியதுதான். யாராச்சும் பார்த்தாங்க பெரிய ரிஸ்க். நீ கிளம்பு. கார்த்திக், இன்னைக்கு என்னோட பர்த்டே ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல் ஆக்கிட்டு. அதுலேயும் இந்த கிஃப்ட் க்ளோஸ் டு மை ஹார்ட். லவ் யூ கார்த்திக். நான் போயிட்டு மெசேஜ் பண்ணுறேன். நாளைக்கு பார்ப்போம். பாய்.
என்னாச்சு?
லேட் நைட் 2:30 தான் இந்த போஸ்ட் அப்லோட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அதுக்குள்ள இவ்வளவு வைரல் ஆயிருக்கு.
நிறத்தின் பெயரில் இனத்தின் பெயரில் படுத்தி எடுக்கும் பணத்தின் பெயரில் கொடிய உலகில் தவறி பிறந்து துடித்தேன். தவறை பிடித்து தலையில் அடித்து முகத்தை கிழித்து ஒட்டித்து நொறுக்க திரும்ப திரும்ப அடுத்த பிறவி எடுப்பேன்.
ரம்யா தான் சொல்ல வேணான்னு சொன்னான்.
நான் கூப்பிடுறப்போ திருப்பி வர மாதிரி இருக்கும்.
வலிகளை இதயத்தில் சுமக்கிறேன்.
बोलो अमर।
ध्रुव, मैंने व्हाट्सएप पर एक इमेज भेजा है, अभी देख लो। ये हत्या चेन्नई में हुई है। ये पोस्ट वायरल हो रही है।
போஸ்ட்டை பார்த்ததுக்கப்புறம் கூட என்னை எப்படி ஈஸியாக அதுக்கு சொல்கிறீங்க? எக்ஸாக்ட்லி சேம் டெத். தயவு செஞ்சு நாங்கள் அனுப்புங்க.
आपका रेजिग्नेशन रिक्वेस्ट ऑलमोस्ट अप्रूव होने वाला है। इस हालत में आपका हाथ देखो, इससे रिकवर होने में 1 साल लग जाएगा। ऑफिशियली इसका चांस ही नहीं है।
ओके, आप मुझे डिस्टर्ब मत करो, मैं देख लूँगा। चेन्नई எனக்கு ஒன்று புதுசு இல்லை.
நீங்க இருக்கும்போது எனக்கு என்ன பயம்பா?
போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் ரிப்போர்ட் படி ரம்யா உடம்புல ஏதோ ஸ்பெஷல் ட்ரக் டோஸ் இன்ஜெக்ட் பண்ணி தான் உடம்ப கருக வச்சிருக்காங்க.
சுத்தி
சார்
அந்த குவார்ட்டர்ஸ்ல ஏசி சர்வீஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்களா?
நேத்தே ரெடி ஆச்சு சார்.
ஏர்போர்ட்டுக்கு பிக்கப் அனுப்பிச்சிட்டிங்களா?
காலி அமைச்சிருக்கேன் சார்.
ஓகே
சார், கொலை செய்ய யூஸ் பண்ண ட்ரக் ஹைலி டாக்ஸிக் இன் ஃபாரன்சிக் ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அது மட்டும்
அப்புறம் அந்த டிவி, இன்வெர்ட்டர், இன்டர்நெட் கனெக்ஷன்
எல்லாமே செக் பண்ணியாச்சு சார்.
ஓகே
நீங்க கேட்ட மாதிரி லேப்டாப்பும் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணியாச்சு.
ஓகே. வெல்கம் வெல்கம் துரு. உங்களை தான் எதிர்பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கேன். வா, பார்த்து எத்தனை வருஷம் ஆச்சு?
9.5 साल.
9.5 years. எல்லாம் இப்போ நடந்த மாதிரி இருக்கு. பட் சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு நீங்கள் மறுபடியும் இங்கேயே வந்தது. நீங்கள் திரும்பவும் இங்கேயே டியூட்டியில் ஜாயின் பண்ணுறேன்னு சொல்லுங்கள். உங்களுக்கு என்ன வேணுமோ நான் பார்த்துக்கிறேன்.
केस फाइल.
ஓகே ஓகே, ரிலாக்ஸ் துரு. எல்லாம் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணிட்டேன். நட்ராஜ்
சார்,
ஹீஸ் மிஸ்டர் துரு, சீனியர் ஏடிஜிபி மும்பை. அந்த கேஸ் ஃபைல் அவர்கிட்ட கொடுங்க. இனிமேல் இந்த கேஸ் அவர் தான் ஹேண்டில் பண்ண போகிறார். இட்ஸ் கம்ப்ளீட்லி அன்அஃபீஷியல். துரு, இந்த கேஸ் விஷயமா நீங்கள் எப்போ வேணாலும் எங்கிட்ட டைரக்டாக ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணலாம்.
ஷூர்
சார். ஆனா இது ஏன் ஜோன் கேஸ்?